from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We have a remarkably transparent election system in our state, and one that is irresponsible and frankly dangerous to continue to cast doubt in the election system of Maryland.
So the only thing that's dangerous is a candidate such as my opponent who wishes to centralize authority and completely ignore the Constitution.
Making headlines this hour, the countdown is on to Election Day, and both candidates for governor are making the final push to earn your vote. Plus, parents in Baltimore County say they've had enough. The plans today to bring a stop to the outbreak of violence in schools. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us. It is Thursday, October 13th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check back in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax joining us once again here on the morning show. How's it going?
It's going pretty good for us right now, but we are starting to see those showers move in today. We have that weather maker on the way, so you will notice rain, especially if you head out a little bit later this morning. Here's a current look of the HD radar. You can see that rain starting to move to the east. We've got some areas of yellow indicating some more moderate to heavy rain. This will continue off and on throughout the morning and then into the afternoon. It's all ahead of this next weather maker, a cold front that's going to move across the state. That will lead to more rain and storms into the afternoon and possibly some gusty winds at times. Now, right now we are overcast in Towson, 65 for the current temperature. Winds out of the south around 6 miles per hour. And across the rest of the state, temperatures mainly in the 50s. We will, however, have those numbers warm to the 70s. Then it will get cooler and drier heading into the weekend. I'll let you know what you can expect coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Now to our Len Stoller traffic network. Looking at our live cameras here this morning, light traffic, no issues to report. Great time to get out and get your day started. It is 4:32, and in your Vote 2022 coverage, fighting crime is a top priority for both men vying to become Maryland's next governor. In last night's debate, Republican Dan Cox and Democrat Wes Moore shared their visions for a safer Maryland.
It's important that we get the guns off the streets that are there illegally and being used illegally for crimes. Mr. Moore and his team, they actually supported decriminalizing much of this and refused. The approach is, their approach was to refuse the felony approach that if you've used a gun in crime, that you should go to jail. Instead, they want them to run the streets. That's why we have 60% of the murders in Baltimore City right now being unsolved and unprosecuted. That's going to change on my watch. We're going to bring back law and order.
People need to feel safe in their own communities, in their own homes, and in their own skin. And I think about what my opponent said that I said, which, by the way, I never said, once again. There's also an important role that the state plays in making sure that we have a strong parole and probation system. When you consider a third of all violent offenders are in violation of parole and probation, that is a state function, and right now it is understaffed and undermanned. We have to fix that. That we can actually put state resources to be able to make sure we're providing supports for violence intervention programs and violence interruption programs, which are continuing to show impacts because the people who are closest to the challenge are oftentimes the ones closest to the solutions.
After the debate, our Mackenzie Frost pushed Cox and Moore on their crime policies. Cox says he supports stronger penalties for repeat violent offenders, while Moore did not commit to an answer. Cox has been vocal about his distrust in Maryland's voting process in the past, saying that he is hesitant to accept early voting results. Moore says he has complete faith in the election system. The two also sparred on abortion, Moore pledging access, while Cox said that he'd defend unborn lives. Cox did not directly answer if he would support a national ban. You can see Mackenzie Frost's full story on foxbaltimore.com. That brings us to our question of the day. Which candidate do you trust most to get a handle on Baltimore's crime crisis? Dan Cox or Wes Moore? Right now, 73% say Dan Cox. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in on this. Baltimore County election officials say they will count ballots early this election cycle, reversing a previous policy saying that they would wait until 3 days after the election. Ballot counting will begin November 5th. In Baltimore City, mail-in ballot counting starts on October 21st. Anne Arundel, Harford, and Carroll counties will wait until after Election Day. Here's a voting schedule for you. Early voting begins October 27th and ends November 3rd. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. Election Day is November 8th. Now to the crisis in the classroom. Today, Baltimore County parents will be turning up the heat on school administrators to better protect their children. We have seen a number of violent incidents break out across the school system this year. Just last week, parents rallied to draw school officials' attention to the situation. Today, there's going to be a virtual town hall for students and parents to discuss safety. If you would like to attend, we have a link on foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, this town hall coming just days after a violent encounter caught on camera inside of Lansdowne High School. The video that you see here behind me actually showing multiple groups of students fighting, and then at one point it actually looks like the principal even gets hit. At Towson High School, 2 women came forward with Snapchat video of a fight between 3 girls. Plus, there have been several incidents at Perry Hall High School over the past few weeks. A parent sent us this video here of what they say is their daughter getting beat up. Another video that we have seen shows a girl holding her bat, a bat that is. Her family claims that she was trying to protect herself from bullies. They say this happened in front of school administrators. And then last Thursday, the school had to go on lockdown after police broke up a fight behind the school. A student had to be taken to the hospital, and all after-school activities were canceled. Baltimore County is not the only place seeing violent incidents in schools. Just yesterday, a 17-year-old student at Glen Burnie High School was arrested after police say he cut a classmate with a pocket knife. Glen Burnie's principal says the fight started in a hallway between classes and was quickly broken up. Chadwick Elementary School in Woodlawn was briefly evacuated after the school received a phone-in threat about a suspicious package. Police say the evacuation was a precaution, confirming no suspicious package was found. New opportunities for small businesses coming to downtown Baltimore. Still ahead, the Inner Harbor companies lending a helping hand. Plus, a dreary and rainy day ahead. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax letting us know how long it sticks around. It is 4:37 on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning and happy Thursday. The weather maker that we've been talking about is now entering the region, and this morning we are waking up to showers across the state. Those are continuing to spread to the east, and they could affect your morning commute. I'll let you know the timing of the rain and storms and impacts coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. 440 and trending this morning. Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital has unveiled a sensory room to help sick children during their stay. This new facility is designed to help patients get active, to relax, and just play. Organizers say facilities like this one are critical for kids who are recovering from illnesses, and that this also helps build confidence and social skills for children with special needs.
The sensory room is a facility for children undergoing different therapies to help them engage in, if they haven't moved in a while, helping them to engage in some tactile sensory issues, just for movement and certainly light conditions.
After the dedication, the hospital partnered with Spirit Halloween to throw a party for the kids at the school. Since 2007, the organization has donated over $568,000 to Mount Washington. A big effort to support small businesses in downtown Baltimore. National law firm Baker Donaldson has donated the entire floor of 100 Light Street to small businesses. 30 businesses will benefit. This was made possible through partnerships with Johns Hopkins, Bloomberg, and Goldman Sachs. The businesses will get training from Goldman Sachs as well as an ongoing support through the partnerships.
It is a newer variant that is an offshoot of Omicron, but it is raising alarm. I'm Liz Bonus. We explain why just ahead.
And we are seeing pain at the pump return, how the president's attempt to lower prices is failing. Here's what's ahead meantime this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, the new Consumer Price Index report coming out. A leading economist will be here to discuss, plus a go-to pollster joins us to talk midterms with just weeks left to voting day. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:44 and on the path forward, the FDA is granting emergency use authorization for COVID boosters for children ages 5 and up. These shots target both the original COVID strain and new Omicron variants. The CDC now has to officially recommend the shots for that age group. This comes as the Omicron variant is starting to splinter. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares why at least one of the new variants is raising alarm.
Hey there, hello to you. This new variant is known as BQ.1.1. It is said to be a cousin of a few of the current Omicron variants circulating. The problem is it appears to be spreading twice as fast as some of the others. In fact, in the UK, infections from it have been doubling every week for the last 2 months. Here in the U.S., it's spreading twice as fast as the other variant like it being tracked, known as BA.2.75.2. But it's not just the spread that is raising alarm. BQ.1.1 appears to be the first form of COVID-19, which a new study shows does not respond to the common antibody therapies we now use to treat COVID-19. This may be the reason in some hospitals patient cases with COVID-19 are staying steady.
It's been like that for probably a month now.
The fix for this, according to infectious disease specialist Dr. Stephen Blatt of Ohio's Tri-Health, is that because this new variant is still an offshoot of Omicron,
I think it's still really a good idea to get this new updated bivalent booster and protect yourself probably from multiple strains of Omicron.
Less than 4% of those eligible, however, have stepped up to get that shot, which means as a population we have very little protection. This raises the odds of not if BQ.1.1 will spread in the U.S., but when. Now, it does take about 2 weeks for a vaccine to build up immunity. So if you have Thanksgiving or even holiday travel plans, it is suggested you get those vaccines up to date within the next few weeks. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. In your consumer news this morning, the parent company of a popular social media app now wants to compete with top music streaming platforms on the global stage. ByteDance, which owns TikTok, is looking to expand its music streaming service called Resso, according to a Wall Street Journal report. The report says that ByteDance is negotiating with music labels, hoping to compete with some big streaming leaders such as Spotify. ByteDance is hoping to launch Resso in more countries. It also wants to eventually merge the service with TikTok. All right, 4:47, we might be dancing in the rain today. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax with a look at what we can expect out there.
Yeah, Megan, that's right. We've already got the rain starting to move into the state. That's all of those areas in green on the HD radar. Some of us even seeing a little bit of moderate, even heavy rain indicated by the yellow color. But this is spreading to the east. So if it's not raining where you are yet, it's just a matter of time before that rain does come. It's all ahead of this cold front that's currently moving across the region. We expect that to move over the state today, leading to rain and possibly a few storms, some of which could be strong, even severe. Now, we are starting off with temperatures in the 50s and 60s, not too bad. 65 and still overcast over Baltimore with winds out of the south around 6 miles per hour. Across the state, temperatures in the 50s and 60s. As we head later into the morning, we'll likely start off in the upper 50s. Then by the afternoon, those high temperatures are approaching the upper 60s and low 70s. That's pretty average for this time of year, but unfortunately, the rain and the storms just continue. As we get close to about 7 a.m., we are tracking rain across the state in areas of heavy rain. You may be driving through this, so be sure to add some extra time to your commute and drive safely. Then as we head into the afternoon, we are looking at the possibility for a few storms. This is when we could have areas of gusty winds along with heavy rain, and this continues heading into the evening. That could mean another wet commute, so you may want to also keep watch on the radar. It's after midnight when the showers finally taper. There still could be a couple of lingering showers along the eastern shore, but by daybreak, we are starting nice and dry. We'll start with lots of sunshine, a few clouds still along the eastern shore. All of us are looking at lots of sunshine around the state as we head into the afternoon and evening. We stay mostly dry over the weekend too, so it's really just today when you need to stay weather alert. We are under a marginal risk for strong to severe storms. That's threat level 1 of 5 for all of the areas in the darker shade of green. Again, damaging wind gusts are the primary threat. As we head into the afternoon, temperatures reach the upper 60s, low 70s. Rain chances stay pretty constant throughout the afternoon, and then they start to decline throughout the night and into tomorrow morning. 70 again, high temperature, 69 tomorrow, just a hair cooler, but we'll have plenty of sunshine. Then 73 on Saturday, 71 on Sunday, really great for the weekend. Then after that, we've got a series of cold fronts leading to cooler temperatures, 65 with a chance for a few showers on Monday. And then our temperatures fall to the 50s as we head into the middle of the week. So we are in for a little bit of a cool down. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Drive time's looking great out there this morning. Roads are still dry. We are in the green. No major issues to report. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us live on the phone. How's it going, Mark?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find on-time service on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC. No delays or issues. Metro subway link looking good from end to end between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel, and light rail right on time in both directions there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The family of Heyman Lee feeling they were robbed of justice. The new developments in what comes next for all parties involved.
Elections and the price of energy. Well, President Biden is threatening now to keep those prices in check, and why some critics say it may not matter. I'm Scott Thuman in Washington to explain.
Making headlines across the nation, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones will pay nearly $1 billion to the families of Sandy Hook, the victims. The jury found Jones liable for creating a fake narrative that the 2012 mass shooting was a hoax. The families claim Jones profited off the lies while they were harassed and abused. 20 children and 6 adults were killed in that mass shooting. Jones's lawyer has vowed to appeal the decision. Jury deliberations will go into a second day to determine the fate of the convicted Parkland school shooter. Prosecutors and defense attorneys for the shooter gave their closing arguments to the jury on Tuesday and spent all day behind closed doors. We know the shooter has already pleaded guilty to killing 17 people and injuring 17 others at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. The jury in this case will decide whether the shooter gets the death penalty or life in prison without parole. In your health headlines this morning, the CDC has issued a new health alert over Ebola. U.S. healthcare and airport workers now being asked to be ready to identify and test any patients who have recently traveled to Uganda. That country has about 70 cases right now, and this is their 5th outbreak in the last 20 years. The CDC is hoping that this alert will help our country quickly identify any cases here.
But when you look at the studies, mortality is typically around 25% to 90%, depending on where you are and what access to health care you have.
Many of the early symptoms of Ebola are similar to other viruses like headache, muscle and joint pain, and fatigue, but can get much more severe pretty quickly. You are advised to isolate right away and seek medical care if you suspect that you might have this virus. A new rule looks to expand access to Obamacare for more than 1 million people. Under a proposed White House rule, those with Obamacare would be allowed to add family members to their plan without having to pay premiums. If finalized, the plan would go into effect in January, but families can take advantage of it by signing up during open enrollment starting November 1st. Now to your consumer news. Gas prices continue their steady rise in Maryland, now up to $3.75 a gallon on average. That's up 25 cents from the same time last week. The rise in prices coincide with President Joe Biden's threats against one of the world's largest oil suppliers. Chief political correspondent Scott Thuman shows us the challenges facing his administration.
Just how much Americans pay to hit the road or keep their homes heated, a critical consideration in Washington. Congress and the White House pondering solutions. President Biden under scrutiny after a meeting with the Saudi prince failed to deter OPEC nations from further cutting oil production, as they just announced.
Do you think it's time for the U.S. to rethink its relationship with Saudi Arabia?
Yes, and by the way, let's get straight why I went. I didn't go to one about oil. I went about making sure that we weren't going to walk away from the Middle East, but there will be consequences.
With midterms less than 4 weeks away, more urgency, especially for Democrats, to keep energy prices in check.
The Saudis have, in effect, added fuel to inflation through this disastrous blunder which endangers the world economy.
Biden's critics, including President Clinton's former Treasury Secretary, say much of the blame rests at 1600 Pennsylvania.
We made a mistake by canceling the Keystone Pipeline. We made a mistake by slowing down all kinds of permitting activity.
Financial leaders suggesting policy decisions have America on a difficult path for some time to come.
The world is not producing enough oil and gas to reduce coal, make the transition, create security for people. So I would put it in a critical category. And this should be treated almost as a matter of war at this point.
Just as new surveys show Americans overwhelmingly identify the economy as the most important issue, 31%. No other category even getting double digits. While experts say gas prices will continue to rise and fall at times, this winter's heating bills will remain higher than last year's, and politically, all of it happening at a vital time, right when voters will be at the polls. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
We wouldn't defund the police.
I'm excited to work in partnership with the new state's attorney.
Public safety is a big focus for the gubernatorial candidates. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have more details from their first and likely only debate.
The Stop Snitching culture in Baltimore City is being blamed for the many criminals who remain on the loose. Just ahead this morning, the criminals police need your help identifying.
And this morning, we're starting with rain ahead of the next weather maker. I'll time out the rain and let you know the impacts we could have coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Yeah.
On this Thursday, October 13th, I'm Patrice Sanders.
Tom Rogers, I'm still trying to wake up to get here, you know? I mean, it's like, let's get this started, but whew.
Something about this morning, I texted my husband, and I'm like, it was really hard to get out of bed this morning, but here we are.
We're here.
And you've got to get up and out, too, so let's go over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax and look at what's in store for us.
Rain, and I think that's why it's been so hard to wake up this morning. Some of us waking up to those showers, and it's one of those mornings when you do just want to stay inside. Here's a look at the HD radar, and those showers are continuing to move toward the east, so if it's not raining where you are yet, it will happen as we head into later this morning and then into the afternoon. This is all ahead of a cold front. This will be our next weather maker. Ahead of it, we've got rain across parts of the region, and a few storms will be possible into the afternoon. Some of these storms could be strong, even severe, and we are under a marginal risk for severe weather. Make sure that you are staying alert. Coming up, I will have the timing for the rain and storms and the impacts that we could see from that cold front coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
It's important that we get the guns off the streets that are there illegally and being used illegally for crimes. Mr. Moore and his team, they actually supported decriminalizing much of this and refused, their approach was to refuse the felony approach that if you've used a gun in crime, that you should go to jail. Instead, they want them to run the streets. That's why we have 60% of the murders in Baltimore City right now being unsolved and unprosecuted. That's going to change on my watch. We're going to bring back law and order.
People need to feel safe in their own communities, in their own homes, and in their own skin. And I think about what my opponent said that I said, which, by the way, I never said, once again. There's also an important role that the state plays in making sure that we have a strong parole and probation system. When you consider a third of all violent offenders are in violation of parole and probation, that is a state function, and right now it is understaffed and undermanned. We have to fix that. That we can actually put state resources to be able to make sure we're providing supports for violence intervention programs and violence interruption programs, which are continuing to show impacts because the people who are closest to the challenge are oftentimes the ones closest to the solutions.
In your Vote 2022 coverage this morning, our state is on its way to getting a new governor.
In less than 4 weeks, Maryland voters will decide between Democrat Wes Moore and Republican Dan Cox.
The two took part in their first and likely only debate last night.
Now, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from Federal Hill with the big topics on voters' minds. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, the debate was hotly contested, but one thing that both of the candidates seem to agree on is improving public safety across the state, including right here in Baltimore. Now, after the debate, Fox 45 News questioned each of the candidates about how they will create safer communities. Take a listen.
How would you use your position as governor to impact and improve public safety in places like Baltimore City, Prince George's County, other places where we're seeing crime on the rise?
Yeah, we'd make sure that we're working in partnership with our local jurisdictions.
What does that look like?
Well, so what it looks like, so for example, you take Baltimore. You know, I'm excited to work in partnership with our states, with the new state's attorney that's coming on board to be able to making sure that we're getting and keeping violent offenders off of our streets, making sure that we can get and keep these illegal guns off of our streets.
Well, number one, we wouldn't defund the police, which is what my opponent has sought to do.
How do you feel about the union supporting your opponent?
It's just politics. It's okay because the officers support me and the sheriff support me, so we're good.
Cox said he would support increasing penalties for repeat violent offenders, while Moore wouldn't answer that question. Another polarizing topic brought up, abortion access. Cox saying he will defend unborn life, while Moore doesn't believe lawyers and politicians should get in the way of the relationship between a woman and her doctor. Now, throughout the debate, the issue of election integrity was also brought up. This comes after Cox unsuccessfully challenged the state, allowing mail-in ballots to be counted before Election Day.
Ballots are being counted before election. Yes or no, will you accept the results given this happening right now?
Well, I think we need to wait and see, how things play out legally. Well, we're going to follow the Constitution.
Trust Maryland's electoral system.
And the State Board of Elections predicts they will have an influx of mail-in ballots again for the November election. So it'll be interesting to see how each candidate reacts to the results. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. This brings us to our question of the day. Which candidate do you trust most to get a handle on Baltimore's crime crisis? Dan Cox or Wes Moore? So far, 76% are now voting for Dan Cox. You can still weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Turning now to a city in crisis. This year, we've seen criminals in Baltimore become more brazen.
Yeah, from mass shootings ripping through neighborhoods to a pregnant woman ambushed to officers attacked in the line of duty.
More recently, police are still looking for a suspect who shot a man at a corner store in broad daylight. The suspect seen clearly wearing that red shirt.
Now, this happened last month, but the suspect is still on the loose. Like many others, they are caught on camera.
They remain on the loose because we're not turning in our friends, our sons, our nephews, our schoolmates, our students. We know who these are. They're just committing these violent crimes without regard, and the responsibility falls on all of us. The police department, the community, we're all one in this, and we all are suffering because of it.
Now, this leads to the question of why people who know something are not saying anything, and many blame the so-called stop snitching culture in Baltimore.
It's not that we don't care, but, you know, it's best that you just mind your business, man, because you can dig yourself a grave, man, and put yourself in a situation.
Now, these suspects have been known to strike again. We have learned that the suspect who shot and killed a man last year in April and then got away was arrested 4 months later for an unrelated attempted murder charge.
505, Maryland's Court of Special Appeals is denying a motion to temporarily pause the process of clearing Adnan Syed's murder charges. This comes one day after City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby announced the charges against Syed had been dropped, citing a lack of DNA evidence linking Syed to the 1999 murder of Hayman Lee. But now Lee's family attorney is questioning the methods of DNA collection that set Syed free, sharing those concerns in an interview with CNN yesterday morning.
I understand the lab that was used was a fringe lab. It wasn't the Maryland Crime Lab or an established, facility. What has been presented to the public is, thus far, is not evidence. It's characterizations of evidence.
Police found DNA on Hayman Lee's shoes, none of which belonged to Adnan Syed, according to the city state's attorney. Mosby says she personally reached out to defense attorney Steve Kelly, who we just heard from. She says he didn't want to hear about the evidence gathering process. Right now, we are waiting on the release of the Consumer Price Index, another key indicator of where inflation stands.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what today's numbers are expected to show. Megan.
Many people wondering how those numbers are going to impact the New York Stock Exchange here this morning. We know we are waiting to see what this report is going to show, set to release at 8:30 here this morning. Major banks predicting an 8.1% increase in prices year over year. And guys, that would be a small improvement from August when the rate was 8.3%. The Federal Reserve now expressing new concern this morning over inflation that just won't go down, saying a sizable portion of the economy has not responded to their aggressive rate hikes. Also saying inflation will not come down unless the labor market weakens. We are expecting to get some new numbers on unemployment claims. That's also dropping at 8:30 this morning. The Fed predicting the unemployment rate could hit 4.4% early next year. It is currently at 3.5%. We're going to keep you posted as these numbers drop and the impact it could have right there on the board. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
A 13-year-old robbed right outside of a city elementary school. Now, this is part of an alarming trend among our youngest.
And we're keeping track of showers moving across the state ahead of our next cold front. I'll let you know the timing of the rain and how the rest of the weekend shapes up coming up in my full forecast. Good morning. We are waking up to rain, and you will notice that possibly on your drive. Now we've got our next weather maker on the way, and it is leading to rain this morning as a cold front moves into the region. That cold front will continue to push east into the afternoon, leading to rain and storms, possibly gusty winds as well. I'll break down the timing of the rain and when we finally dry out coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
5:11, and here's a look now at today's headlines. Mayor Brandon Scott will give an update on plans to renovate 5 high schools in Baltimore.
And Baltimore County Public Schools, they're holding another town hall expecting to address public safety. Coming up at 5:30, Olivia Dance will bring us a preview.
And preparation for the Baltimore Marathon is underway. Mayor Scott will hold a news conference at the annual luncheon ahead of Saturday's race.
An interesting duo teaming up this holiday season. The new film recognizing a classic story. 5:12 is the time. .14, and in your entertainment news this morning, Elf star Will Ferrell and actor Ryan Reynolds are teaming up to help you get into the Christmas spirit this year.
The comedic duo will headline the new Apple TV Plus Christmas movie, Spirited. It's an updated take on the classic holiday fable, A Christmas Carol, with Reynolds stepping in as Ebenezer Scrooge. Ferrell takes Reynolds through various settings and time periods before introducing himself as the ghost of Christmas Present. Spirited will debut in theaters on November 11th.
Hopefully it's more exciting than the video we were showing. Take a look at this, though. There's a new addition at the Lodge Cast Iron Museum in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. There you can learn that you can use soap on your skillet, among other myth busters. Plus, the museum now features the world's largest iron skillet. Look at this right here. The skillet, 18 feet across, weighing more than 14,000 pounds. It came to the museum in January from Alabama and is now on display.
Had no idea there was a whole museum dedicated to iron skillets.
Yes.
All right.
$10 and you can get in and check it out.
Well, all right. Next time I'm in that area.
In South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. Yeah.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax now and see what's in our forecast.
We've got rain on the way. We've been talking about the rain coming, and it's finally here. We are keeping track of showers moving across the state this morning. Some of us still dry. However, that is going to change as this rain moves toward the east and toward the north. It's all ahead of this cold front that's moving across the region. That's our next weather maker. And while it won't lead to very, very cool temperatures, it will result in dry air heading into the weekend. So once we get past today, it does look much better. We're starting off at 65 and overcast over Baltimore, so not yet raining here. Winds are out of the south-southeast around 6 miles per hour. And across the state, a lot of us still seeing temperatures in the 60s. Not too cool this morning, but you will need the rain gear as you step outside. Across the state, numbers will reach the 60s and 70s this afternoon. It'll be pretty seasonable, but again, we really can't enjoy the weather because of the rain coming. So make sure that you are staying weather alert heading into the afternoon. We've got rain and storms ahead of that cold front. Then behind that, we stay mostly dry over the weekend and into next week. We're actually talking a big cool down because of a series of fronts moving into the state. We could be talking high temperatures only in the 50s. As we head into the afternoon, and then notice we do have those rain and storms coming in, so you may have a wet morning commute, a wet afternoon, and evening commute as those showers and storms move across the state all ahead of this cold front. Then by the night, the rain gradually starts to taper, and after midnight will stay mostly dry. There could be a couple of lingering showers along the eastern shore, but once we get to daybreak, we are all looking at nice and dry weather and plenty of sunshine across the state into the afternoon. Those temperatures will be in the upper 60s and the low 70s, so a great way to start the weekend. We are under a marginal risk. That's for all of the areas in the darker green color for strong to severe storms. The primary threat will be gusty winds. However, all types of severe weather will be possible. Make sure that you have multiple ways of receiving alerts in case any are issued. High temperatures today go from the 60s to the low 70s. Rain chances will remain steady throughout the afternoon, and then as we head into the night, those numbers do start to decline. Heading into Friday, temperatures will be around 69 with plenty of sunshine. Then we'll be back to the low to mid 70s on Saturday and Sunday, so really not bad over the weekend. Great for spending time outside. Most days will be dry, but then Sunday night into Monday, we have the next chance for a few showers. And notice the drop in temperatures, 71 on Sunday, 65 on Monday, then the 50s as we head into the middle of the week. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Jasmine. Now we want to take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network. And you see some area cameras here. Everyone's moving along just fine. No issues to report except for the Fort McHenry Tunnel. There's construction southbound. It's showing that on DOT maps, but traffic's moving through all 4 tubes, no problem. Now we're going to get a check on your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Thursday morning, Mark.
Well, good Thursday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. An excellent start. No delays or issues on the Camden, Penn, or Brunswick lines off MARC. Light rail link keeping to the schedule in both directions there, and Metro Subway link operating on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A family in fear following an attack right across the street from a city school. The reason why the school district said it won't get involved.
Maryland's comptroller says the state will miss him when he's gone. The warning he has for his fellow Democrats. 5:19 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
I say somewhat boldly, people are going to miss me, because it's not just the check and balance from the other party. It's the check and balance within your own party that's so important, because otherwise we just go crazy spending other people's money.
Well, turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. With a multi-billion-dollar surplus, outgoing State Comptroller Peter Franchot says he had a hand in leaving Maryland with that extra money.
Franchot sat down with Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost to talk about his nearly 40 years in public office and the warning he has for his own party heading into the election.
Inside a Towson coffee and breakfast spot, the state's comptroller sits down to look back.
I feel terrific about my legacy and my time in public service.
Peter Franchot lost the Democratic primary for governor in July.
It's a little disappointing to lose the governor's race, but that's okay.
And now he says he's looking forward to life after public office.
I don't have to do anything. I don't have to get up early and come and see you. I can sleep in. It's really nice sleeping weather now.
Franchot says he has worked to provide support and a little help sometimes for small businesses. The help, he says, comes from deferring the state tax deadline 3 months for a few years during the pandemic. And whoever wins the election in November, either Democrat Brooke Learman or Republican Barry Glassman, Franchot says they should do the same.
That resulted in a surge of small business tax payments.
The state is sitting on a nearly $2 billion surplus. Despite the pandemic, the current budget year in Maryland includes a more than 10% increase in spending over the previous year, much of the increase in cash coming from tax revenues.
You ask about my legacy. Part of it is over the 3 fiscal years that we're talking about, this one, and the next one. As comptroller, I've reported over $10 billion in surplus.
While Franchot is backing Democrat Learman for the comptroller position in November, he says it's important for whoever comes next to be ready to be the watchdog for taxpayers, not a party yes person.
It's not easy because you have to go and battle with your own party's leadership. I myself always saw myself as a check and balance on the Democratic Party, my party, as well as the Republicans. And I think that's going to be lacking. When I say that people are going to miss me, they're going to miss me because I was someone who was just as tough on Democrats as I was on Republicans.
With Democrat Wes Moore leading his GOP rival Dan Cox in the polls, Maryland could see a Democrat in control of the governor's house and both chambers in the General Assembly, possibly even with veto-proof majorities.
That's very dangerous.
Franchot says that is another reason why it's important to have an independent-minded person in the comptroller's office.
Here's the problem. Power corrupts. And absolute power corrupts absolutely.
With Democrats possibly on the verge of gaining even more control in Maryland, Franchot says it's critical for politicians to be working together.
I'm willing to sit and communicate with people, and that's what we need. And I'm not sure that's what this election is all about. This election is more about a food fight.
And with just a few months left as comptroller, Franchot isn't quite ready to say this will be the last time the people of Maryland see his name on a ballot.
Who knows? Because, I'm a young, whatever I am, and I feel very vigorous, and I really think I have something to contribute. So we'll see. I'm moving in another direction now, but one door closes, another one opens.
And right now, he's still working the crowds.
How would you even recognize that?
Because I know a coin like this has to be a challenge coin.
Even in this coffee shop. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Get your taxes in on time. You got to do the dances.
Well, new warnings from health officials this morning, why they say we are not in the clear from COVID.
Many are concerned about the ongoing violence in Baltimore County Public Schools. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, find out how school leaders are planning to address those concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following three big stories for you this morning. The road to the primaries heating up as gubernatorial, or the midterms, as gubernatorial candidates go back and forth on issues facing Marylanders. We have a look into their stances.
Criminals are becoming more brazen as violent acts are taking place in broad daylight, the quiet culture that's being seen among residents.
Plus, a violent crisis in the classroom continues to impact students, the place where Baltimore County public students can go to make their voices heard and demand change.
Well, welcome back on this Thursday. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it's going to be, well, it's nice right now, and that's not going to last. It's going to get nasty this afternoon.
I know. I actually felt warm driving in,
Yeah.
even though my temperature said it was like 63. I think I felt warm, but I know that it's not going to be that way as the rain comes through. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is here.
Yeah, it actually is kind of nice outside this morning in the areas where it isn't raining. I stepped outside to go to my car and it kind of felt nice. That's what we have going on ahead of that rain. Temperature is not really dropping too much. So we started the past few mornings, 30s, 40s. We're actually seeing temperatures in the 50s and 60s at this hour. That rain is continuing to spread east, so now more areas are waking up to rain. You may be driving through this, so make sure to take it easy on the roads this morning and maybe add some extra time to your commute. As we take a look at a larger view on the HD radar, you can see that cold front that we're tracking. That's going to be the next weather maker. It's what's leading to those areas of rain and storms that we could have this afternoon, some of which could be strong, even severe. So as we take a look at temperatures, notice many of us seeing the 50s and the 60s. That's above average for this time of year ahead of that rain. By the afternoon, we're reaching the 70s. I'll let you know the timing of the rain and what to expect as we head into the weekend coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Jasmine. Now we want to go to your Len Stoller Traffic Network, and you look at your drive times right here at 531, everyone in the green.
How can our kids learn when they're in this fight or flight mode? We wonder why the grades and proficiency levels are down so low, because how can these kids learn when they're surrounded by violence?
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. In Baltimore County, violence in schools is prompting calls for change from worried parents and students.
Now, Baltimore County will be holding a virtual town hall for students and parents to discuss safety.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning, and she has more on the expectations that are coming out of that meeting today. Olivia?
Yeah, as you mentioned, they will be holding a virtual town hall this evening where they're expected to discuss their efforts to ensure student and staff safety. But just days ago, another violent fight video from a Baltimore County school was circulating on social media. And there have been multiple fights at other schools, including Perry Hall High, where parents held a protest because of the recent violence. And now parents are calling on school leaders to take action.
I mean, it is out of control right now. We need the leaders. We need the principals, we need elected officials to fight for these kids so they have to fight for themselves.
Chronic problem. It's a chronic, ongoing problem.
That's not the first time they've seen a fight like that.
No, they see it all the time. And no one goes to anyone's aid. No one, it's baffling. It's just baffling and it's scary.
Last week, Baltimore County schools sent Fox 45 News a statement saying this type of violent behavior will not be tolerated. And the virtual town hall titled Safe and Supportive Environments will take place at 6 this evening for elementary families and 7:15 for secondary families. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Now, this town hall is coming just days after a violent encounter caught on camera inside of Lansdowne High School. The video showing multiple groups of students fighting, and then at one point it looks like the principal even gets hit. At Towson High School, 2 women came forward with Snapchat video of a fight between 3 girls.
Plus, there have been several incidents at Perry Hall High School over just the past few weeks. Parents sent us this video that you can see that's fuzzed out right here on what they say is their daughter getting beat up. Another video shows a girl holding a baseball bat, her family claiming that she was just trying to protect herself from bullies. They say this happened right in front of school administrators. And then last Thursday, the school had to go on lockdown after police broke up a fight behind the school where a student had to be taken to the hospital, and all after-school activities were canceled. Baltimore County is not the only place, though, seeing violent incidents in public schools. Just yesterday, a 17-year-old student at Glen Burnie High was arrested after police say he cut a classmate with a pocket knife. Glen Burnie's principal says the fight started in a hallway between classes and then was quickly broken up.
This morning, authorities are investigating who called in a bomb threat at Chadwick Elementary School in Woodlawn. Police evacuated the building and say they did not find a suspicious package. Students and staff returned to class shortly after police cleared the building.
In Baltimore City, a 13-year-old student was robbed right in front of the Kipp Elementary School at dismissal.
Fox 45 News is not identifying the child because of his age, but he describes the experience as terrifying.
He grabbed my arm and I said, "Get off me." And then he grabbed my book bag, tried to tell me to take my watch off, and I said no. And the boy came right there and he said, "If you don't take that city off, you're going to die."
Where are you thinking when you hear that?
I was going to die.
Morsha Powell, the boy's aunt, says that she arrived to pick up her nephew from the school when she witnessed the incident unfold. Her tears turned to outrage after a conversation with the principal.
It mentioned to me that it's nothing they can do because it didn't happen on school grounds. I said, I witnessed it. I watched it happen directly where this child is supposed to dismiss it.
On Wednesday, the school sent a letter to parents saying a student was confronted by several youth across the street. It went on to say the school is working closely with school police to investigate.
Coming up at 9 this morning, Mayor Brandon Scott will be giving an update on his plans to renovate 5 Baltimore City high schools. Our Project Baltimore team will be in attendance. The FDA now authorizing updated COVID booster shots for children ages 5 and up.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what they're now recommending. Megan.
Yeah, guys, this was just hours ago, an expanded recommendation, and this is for the Omicron-specific shot. It's an effort to really bolster protection against the new dominant variant. The CDC now has to officially recommend the shots for this age group, but the updated booster, guys, is expected to become available as early as next week. Now, also new this morning, we've got a warning from doctors about the COVID-19 antiviral drug Paxlovid. A new paper published in the American College of Cardiology claims that it can cause serious interactions when combined with some heart-related medications like blood thinners and cholesterol or blood pressure drugs. The paper goes on to say that Paxlovid should be avoided if those medications cannot be, quote, safely interrupted. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Megan. Traveling out of BWI could get easier in the future. The new upgrades coming to make time at the airport less hectic.
Plus, a gloomy and stormy day ahead. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax letting us know if we're going to clear up for the weekend. 5:36 is the time.
Happy Thursday morning. We are off to a rainy start, and that's all because of our next weather maker, a cold front entering the region. So you do have the yellow light for your commute this morning. Temperatures will be in the 60s, so it won't feel too bad, but it's the rain that you'll have to drive through and wet roads. I'll break down the timing of the rain and how it looks for the evening commute coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. 5:39 and making your headlines this Thursday morning. Major upgrades are coming to BWI.
Governor Hogan announced the Board of Public Works has signed off on a $330 million construction package. The money will go toward improving the airport terminals and the luggage handling system. This project will be the largest terminal enhancement ever for the airport. Construction is set to wrap up in 2026.
Mayor Brandon Scott making another American Rescue Plan funding announcement. This time, $4 million will be used to support refugees and immigrants through its Baltimore New American Access Coalition. The mayor saying the pandemic highlighted the inequities in the city that many refugee communities face.
Will ensure that traditionally underserved communities have equitable access to health and human services to help them make ends meet and ensure a higher quality of life for immigrant and refugee communities here in Baltimore.
Now, Scott says the money will go to programs helping immigrants transitioning to Baltimore, overcoming language barriers, and accessing basic health and human services in the city.
You may have to dish out some extra cash to enjoy your Thanksgiving feast this year. Why experts are warning of a turkey shortage.
Plus, Chipotle is calling you to get your spooky spirit on. How you can take part in its once annual burrito.
That's hilarious. I like how the lady who's sitting in the green all dressed up looks at the guy who came in like a horse or whatever that is, like he's crazy. That lady in the green over there, that was funny.
FOX45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
You may think it's too early to talk about Thanksgiving, but farmers are already warning shoppers that turkeys may be hard to come by this year.
Yeah, according to the USDA, roughly 5.6 million turkeys died after being exposed to bird flu earlier this year. It nearly crippled farmers in the Midwest, which is the highest turkey-producing region in our country. It's not just the bird flu, though, that's contributing to this shortage. Because of inflation, it's costing more to raise turkeys, and consumers will be on the hook.
Because of the lack of supply, we're going to see a massive increase in price. So you're going to see this consumer being affected by their turkey costs, their Thanksgiving meal costs, top to bottom.
Well, that just made us hungry there. According to the American Farm Bureau Federation, this Thanksgiving staple will cost Americans 112% more than last year's turkey, putting the price at a record high $6.70 a pound. Experts recommend early shopping before supply runs low. Turning to a holiday that is a little closer, Halloween.
Maryland Zoo is putting on a boozy celebration this Sunday, complete with bottomless drinks, a buffet, and a bat exhibit, because why not? Here are some of the festivities from last year. Partygoers must be at least, though, 21 years old.
All right, so here's another way to get into the Halloween spirit. So curious to see if you all will do this. Chipotle is announcing the return of one of its annual traditions, the burrito.
Now, during the event, people can come into Chipotle dressed in their Halloween costumes like these.
Look at her face.
Right,
She's like, what is that? But do you not see yourself?
This will be the first year since 2019 that burrito returns in person. People who visit a restaurant and then take a Be Real photo on the app and use the hashtag burrito sweepstakes have the chance to win 10 free burritos.
So I have the chance. I don't just get that for going in there looking like that. Oh, I need to win automatically. If you do win, if you want to win, you must share your Be Real to Instagram. Doesn't that look funny?
She is cutting eyes.
She's questioning.
They're all gonna get one.
Why? So you've got to tag Chipotle. You've got to add the hashtag burrito sweepstakes. You can also get a $6 meal at Chipotle from 3 p.m. local time until the close on Halloween if you're a Chipotle Rewards member and if you're dressed in a costume.
So you still get a deal.
Chipotle, y'all are making us jump through a lot of hoops for this
But
burrito.
if you're dressed, you're not going to get a free one. It's just if you're the best in the restaurant at that time. Am I getting that right?
They're making it way too complicated.
Yeah.
How do you win?
You have to
You got to dress and you have the possibility. Yeah,
Yes.
so maybe they choose from the hashtags. I don't know. It's too much. That is for a burrito.
Chick-fil-A, you just show up in a couple things that look like a cow, and everyone gets a free sandwich.
And
right?
we do that every year.
I like the idea of the burrito. It's cute, but yeah, if you dress up, you should get a burrito.
Right.
Yeah, I thought it was guaranteed. So that's kind of sad that it's not guaranteed.
You went through a lot of effort. Yeah.
Oh man. Well,
No wonder why that girl was
goals
cutting
anyway.
eyes at the
she didn't
the
get a
horse
free
going by,
one.
right?
And they went way out. I mean, do you know what it took for them to get into a car?
And did they
get there?
get a burrito in that horse costume of 6 of them? They get one burrito?
Right.
One
That's a good
costume?
question.
All right.
A lot of
so
questions here, Chipotle.
Yeah, this turned angry quick.
No.
We want our burritos.
I'm hungry.
This is making me very hungry. Meanwhile, on the HD radar, we are starting off a little wet, a little gloomy, and that's all because of our next weather maker. A cold front says you drive this morning. You'll likely be driving on wet roads or through areas of rain. You may want to add some extra time to your commute as you head outside. Otherwise, all of this rain is ahead of our next cold front that's currently moving across the region. It will move to the east as we head into the afternoon, and as it gets closer, we will have that chance for rain and storms this afternoon. Some of those storms could be strong, even severe. Now, we're still coming in at overcast over Baltimore with temperatures around 65. It really doesn't feel too bad. You'll notice that as you step outside, but remember the rain gear. Winds are out of the south-southeast around 6 miles per hour, and temperatures mainly in the 60s, a few spots in the 50s around the state. Not a bad way to start the morning, but you may want to send the kids with the rain gear, even though we have those nice temperatures. Rain will be constant not just through the morning, but also into the afternoon as we do have that chance for storms. Temperatures, though, will reach 70, and that's going to keep us pretty seasonable for this time of year. Notice around 7 a.m. we're still tracking that rain moving across the state. There could even be some areas of heavy rain indicated by the yellows, the oranges, and the reds. This continues into the afternoon when we have the chance for storms. Also, we're looking at gusty winds. That will be the primary threat with this line of storms. Then the cold front begins to pass heading into the evening. You could have another rainy commute. Once we get to the night, things finally start to taper, the rain clears the state. There could be a couple of lingering showers along the eastern shore very early in the morning, but as we get to daybreak, we are looking at nice and dry weather. We'll even have more sunshine heading into the afternoon, so it's going to be a great way to start the weekend, but it's today that we have to get through first. We're under a marginal risk for strong to severe storms. That's threat level 1 of 5 for all of the areas in the dark green shading. So many of us around the region are looking at the chance for strong to severe storms. Damaging wind gusts are the primary threat. However, heavy rain and isolated tornadoes cannot be ruled out. Make sure that you have multiple ways of receiving alerts in case any are issued. Temperatures go from the 60s to the 70s by the afternoon. Rain chances will be pretty steady throughout the day, and then overnight into Friday, they start to decline. Temperatures tomorrow around 69, not as warm, but we'll have plenty of sunshine, and then the 70s over the weekend. After that, we're in for cooler temperatures heading into the work week. Will only be in the 50s and 60s. Back to you.
All right, now to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and looking at our drive times at this 5 a.m. hour, and we are in the green. Good time to get up and out. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 843 with a 5-minute delay, and Brunswick 870, 10 to 15-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, looking good for travel in both directions there. Metro Subway Link checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The Court of Appeals denies a motion to temporarily halt the process of clearing Adnan Syed of charges. Just ahead this morning, the timeline now for the new court order for Heyman Lee's family.
A key measure of inflation coming in hotter than expected. I'm Atrell Nashar with a closer look at the numbers and the president's latest comments about the odds of a recession.
5:54 in your consumer news. U.S. officials asked their counterparts in Saudi Arabia to hold off on cutting back oil production. Those requests were dismissed.
Now, that's according to the Wall Street Journal, citing sources familiar with the talks. The U.S. warned Saudi Arabia, OPEC's primary member, that doing so would align the cartel with Russia. President Biden telling CNN that the U.S. is reevaluating its relationship now with Saudi Arabia.
We should, and I am, in the process when the House and Senate gets back, they're going to have to. There's going to be some consequences for what they've done with Russia.
What kind of consequences? Menendez says suspend all arms sales. Is that something you'd consider?
I'm not going to get into what I'd consider and what I have in mind, but there will be consequences.
The U.S. believes OPEC's decision was political, intended as a rebuke against President Biden. There is another reason to worry about OPEC's oil cuts. It could trigger another inflation bomb. That's according to Senator Richard Blumenthal, a major critic of the cartel's main member, Saudi Arabia.
The Saudis have, in effect, added fuel to inflation around the world through this disastrous blunder which endangers the world economy by reducing the supply of necessary energy.
Well, Blumenthal and fellow Democrats introduced a bill yesterday halting all arms sales to the Arab nations, citing the oil cuts. High gas prices fueled much of the inflation this year. Wholesale prices in September rose higher than expected, according to a new producer price index.
It is a discouraging development in the fight against inflation, and it may push the Federal Reserve to get even more restrictive with things like interest rates.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has a look at what this means for a risk of a recession.
America's producers getting hit harder than expected by high prices. Inflation of year-over-year wholesale prices only slightly slowed in September to 8.5%. Many economists predicted it would be 8.4%. Even before this news, Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester said there's been no progress.
Community, we're all one in this, and we all are suffering because of it.
And this leads to questions of why people who know something are not saying anything. Many blame the so-called stop snitching culture in Baltimore.
It's not that we don't care. But, you know, it's best that you just mind your business, man, because you can dig yourself a grave, man, and put yourself in a situation.
Now, these suspects have been known to strike again. We've learned the suspect who shot and killed a man last year in April and then got away was arrested 4 months later for an unrelated attempted murder charge.
6:05 now. Maryland's Court of Special Appeals is denying a motion to temporarily pause the process of clearing Adnan Syed's murder charges. This comes one day after City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby announced the charges against Syed had been dropped, citing a lack of DNA evidence linking Syed to the 1999 murder of Heyman Lee. But now Lee's family attorney is questioning the methods of DNA collection that set Syed free, sharing those concerns in an interview with CNN yesterday morning.
I understand the lab that was used was a fringe lab. It wasn't the Maryland crime lab or an established, facility. What has been presented to the public is thus far is not evidence. It's characterizations of evidence.
Police found DNA on Heyman Lee's shoes, none of which belonged to Adnan Syed, according to the city state's attorney. Mosby says she personally reached out to defense attorney Steve Kelly, who we just heard from. She says he didn't want to hear about the evidence gathering process. Right now, we are waiting on the release of the Consumer Price Index, another key indicator of where inflation stands.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what today's numbers are expected to show. Megan?
Yeah, taking you live to New York City here this morning, where Wall Street also waiting to see what this report is going to show. It is set to release at 8:30 here this morning. So what can we expect? We know major banks are predicting an 8.1% increase in prices year over year. And actually, guys, that's a small improvement from August when the rate was 8.3%. The Federal Reserve now expressing new concern this morning, though, over inflation that just will not go down, saying a sizable portion of the economy has not responded to their aggressive rate hikes. Also saying inflation won't come down unless the labor market weakens. We are expecting to get some new numbers on unemployment claims. That's also dropping at 8:30 this morning. The Fed predicting the unemployment rate could hit 4.4% early next year. It is currently at 3.3%. 5%. We're going to keep you posted as the numbers drop here this morning and the impact, again, that this could have on the stock market. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you.
The FDA is expanding protection against the now dominant COVID variant. Just ahead, what you need to know about the updated booster.
And rain is moving across the state ahead of the next cold front. I'll let you know how long the rain lasts and impacts that we could have coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Good morning and happy Thursday. We're waking up to rain all ahead of our next weather maker, and that's the cold front that you see extending all the way down into the deep south, leading not just to rain here, but across many areas of the country along the East Coast. I'll let you know the timing of the rain here in our area and the impacts that we could have ahead of the cold front coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
6:11. Looking ahead this morning, NASA set a new launch date for its fourth attempt of its unmanned Artemis 1 mission. The launch window opens November 14th, just after midnight at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The first two launches were scrapped due to technical issues, and then Hurricane Ian canceled the third attempt.
Well, in the meantime, Elon Musk's SpaceX is preparing for its third private space tourism launch. Entrepreneur Dennis Tito and his wife already bought some tickets, leaving room for 10 others to sign up. SpaceX has not said how much those tickets are actually costing, and that the launch is not expected for several years.
I think Justin Chambers is going to want to be in on that. He's got the meteorologist money for it.
Right.
A Florida senator formally requesting that the federal government help in Florida. Just ahead, how much funding will be needed as that state recovers from the devastation left by Hurricane Ian.
Connecticut court comes down on Alex Jones for peddling Sandy Hook conspiracy theories. Just ahead, the amount a judge is requiring him to pay the Sandy Hook families. 6:12 is the time. .15 and now to your national news. The House committee investigating January 6th Capitol riot is holding another public hearing today.
The hearing is expected to reveal new material about how much former President Trump knew about the riot, along with information from the panel's recent interviews. This hearing comes less than a month before November's midterm elections. The hearing was originally planned for last month, but it was delayed because of Hurricane Ian.
President Joe Biden responding to reports that his son, Hunter, could be charged with tax crimes and lying on a gun application. It comes after reports by the Washington Post. Federal agents say that they have sufficient evidence to lay charges. Pardon me, it's the same investigation initially centered on his overseas business ties and consulting work. Hunter Biden detailed what happened when he purchased a gun in his memoir published last year. The president says that he's proud of his son for being upfront about his battles with addiction.
He got hooked on, like many families have had happen, hooked on drugs. He's overcome that. He's established a new life. I have great confidence in my son. I love him, and he's on a straight and narrow, and he has been for a couple of years now, and I'm just so proud of him.
Well, Monday, Fox News host Sean Hannity played a recorded voicemail Biden left for his son the day he applied for a gun. In that message, Biden tells his son that he loves him and he needs to get some help. The decision about whether to charge Hunter has been turned over to Delaware U.S. Attorney David Weiss, an appointee of former President Donald Trump.
A Connecticut court is ordering conspiracy theorist and talk show host Alex Jones to pay nearly $1 billion to the families of Sandy Hook victims. The total comes to $965 million to 8 impacted families and 1 first responder. It is a victory for those suing Jones over his lies about the Sandy Hook massacre, calling it a hoax on his show at one point.
I know that his hate, lies, and conspiracy theories will follow both me and my family through the rest of our days. But I'm also hopeful for what happened here today, that it may save other families from high-profile tragedies from the cycle of abuse and re-traumatization.
Jones's attorneys say he will appeal the decision, citing a violation of his free speech. Now to the recovery efforts following Hurricane Ian. Florida needs at least $33 billion in emergency aid.
Now, that's according to Florida Senator Marco Rubio. Florida lawmakers are fighting for that aid to be included in legislation to fund the government by mid-December. But oftentimes, lawmakers jumped on the opportunity to attach other financial needs with the bills.
We are capable in this country, in the Congress, of voting for disaster relief for after key events like this, without using it as a vehicle or a mechanism for people to load it up with stuff that's unrelated to the storm.
The fight for funding is key for Rubio, who is running for a third term this November.
6:18, the risk of severe weather increases with the arrival of our next weather maker.
Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax joining us now with a look at what's coming.
We've got a cold front on the way, and it doesn't really mean super cold temperatures for us, but what it does mean is rain and storms throughout this Thursday. We're keeping track of that cold front on the HD radar as it moves into the region. It is expected to cross the state later today, and as that happens, we will have the chance for rain and storms. Here's a closer look at what we're seeing around the area. Some areas of rain this morning, a few brief downpours, but many of us seeing that light to moderate rain this morning. It could impact your commute, however. You may want to add some extra time to that and make sure to drive safely. 65 for the current temperature and rainy over Baltimore. Winds are out of the south around 6 miles per hour. And notice that visibility has dropped. So on the roadways, that could be an issue for you. Make sure, again, that you are taking it safely. Across the state, we're starting off with temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Not a bad way to start the morning, but you will need the rain gear as we head into the rest of the day. Around 7 a.m., we're still tracking rain across the state. Then by the afternoon, storms start to move in ahead of that cold front as it gets closer. There could be some brief downpours in areas of heavy rain. This continues into the evening, and again, you may have another wet commute. Once we get to the night, the rain gradually starts to taper. After midnight, there's the chance for a few lingering showers along the eastern shore, but all of the rain clears by daybreak. And then by the afternoon, almost the entire state is looking at plenty of sunshine and temperatures back to the upper 60s and low 70s. It'll be a great way to start the weekend. And then after that, temperatures get a little bit warmer. But today, make sure that you're staying weather alert as we are under a marginal risk for strong to severe storms. That's threat level 1 of 5. Now, the biggest impact that we're looking at are gusty winds. However, heavy rain and isolated tornadoes cannot be ruled out. Be sure to have multiple ways of receiving alerts in case any are issued. Heading into the afternoon, temperatures rise to about 70 degrees. That's actually average for this time of year. Then as we head into the evening and night, those numbers will begin to fall into Friday morning. 69 for the high temperature on Friday with plenty of sunshine by the afternoon. 73 on Saturday, 71 on Sunday. Enjoy the nice 70s that we have over the weekend because we get rid of those heading into the work week. We'll have a cold front and that could lead to a few late showers Sunday night into Monday. The temperatures then will only be around 65, which is below average, but we go from 65 to 53 as we head into Tuesday. Temperatures, though, will gradually rise as we finish the work week. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Jasmine. Now to your Len Stoller traffic network, and she was just talking about the rain, and that seems to be the only indication that we have here. There are some problem spots in Columbia. Closure on Dobbin Road northbound between Stanford Boulevard and McGraw Road there. Then also you see the red and the yellow on 295 BW Parkway southbound, and it's because of the rain that's falling there. No issues besides just a little bit of slowdown and people tapping their brakes. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA and grabbing the umbrellas before heading out to the train or the bus stops today, Mark.
Yes, that's good advice. Have that umbrella with you for sure because you'll certainly need it. Out there right now at the MARC train stations, you'll find on service 845 train running about 5 minutes late along with 10 train 511. Allowed time for travel there. If your ride is on Light Rail Link in both directions, on-time service for your commute start. And Metro Subway Link looking good for travel between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The fate of detained Americans could lie in the hands of Presidents Biden and Putin. Just ahead, the standstill happening now in the prisoner swap that could release WNBA star player Brittany Griner.
Las Vegas Raiders star wide receiver getting some punishment for his actions after Monday night's game. Just ahead, the charges he's facing for pushing someone who wasn't on the field.
Making headlines this morning, President Joe Biden tells reporters that he hasn't seen any movement from Vladimir Putin when it comes to releasing detained Americans. Russian authorities detained WNBA star Brittany Griner in February. She is now in jail after being convicted on drug charges. CNN's Jake Tapper asked President Biden if he is willing to sit down with Putin to broker a deal.
Would you be willing to meet with him at the G20?
Look, I have no intention of meeting with him, but for example, if he came to me at the G20 and said, I want to talk about the release of Griner, I'd meet with him. I mean, it would depend.
The White House says the Kremlin hasn't taken any prisoner swap proposals seriously. A potential swap would also bring home detained American Paul Whelan. His brother, David, says Whelan was able to call his parents yesterday for the second time in nearly a month. David says Paul was moved to a prison hospital last month for an unknown reason.
Las Vegas Raiders star wide receiver Davante Adams is charged with misdemeanor assault after he pushed a photographer on his way off the field following Monday Night Football. Now, according to the court, Adams caused whiplash, even a possible concussion to the man. Now, Adams apologized during his postgame remarks and on Twitter. His court appearance is set for November 10th.
In your health headlines, the Bezos Family Foundation announced a $750 million donation over the next decade to Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. It is the largest donation to a cancer research organization in recent years. The Seattle-based center says the gift will go toward new research labs, the building of a new research center, and clinical trial support. Mike Bezos, vice president of the foundation and the father of Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, issued a statement on the investment saying he hopes it leads to answers for some of the most pressing medical questions.
Rain is in the forecast this morning. Just ahead, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax will let us know when we should expect the sun to come back.
Many are concerned about the ongoing violence in Baltimore County Public Schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how school leaders are planning to address those concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and it's one of those days it's going to take you a little bit longer, it feels like, to get out of bed.
That's right. Let's get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax, because when you do get up and then you get out of the house, you're going to need an umbrella.
Yeah, that's right. Temperature is actually not that bad when many of us left this morning. It was still dry, temperatures in the 60s. However, as we head into the afternoon and as you step outside, you'll notice the rain. Here's a look at national temperatures. We're one of the high spots in the 60s right now, but as we look farther west, you see all of those areas in blue. That's behind the cold front that's entering our region right now. Here's a look at that front, and it is leading to showers across parts of the region and parts of the state this morning. You may be driving on some wet roads for your morning commute, but that rain could persist into the afternoon and even the evening as that cold front begins to move closer and closer to the state. There also could be some strong to severe storms heading into the afternoon, all associated with that cold front. I'll let you know the impacts that we have here and the timing of the rain coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Now we're going to take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here, and we're seeing some slowdowns on the outer loop between 70 and Liberty Road. Taking a look at some of the cameras there, but 95 northbound right at, what is this? This is right on Commentary Road, and there is a two-vehicle accident, and it's causing some delays northbound 95. As soon as you get past White Marsh Boulevard, you'll see that, and that will cause a little bit of a delay for you there.
How can our kids learn when they're in this fight or flight mode? We wonder why the grades and proficiency levels are down so low, because how can these kids learn when they're surrounded by violence?
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. In Baltimore County, violence in schools is prompting calls for change from worried parents and students.
Now, Baltimore County Public Schools, they'll be holding a virtual town hall for students and parents to discuss safety.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning, and she has more on the expectations that are coming out of this meeting. Olivia.
Yeah, as you mentioned, school leaders will be holding a virtual town hall this evening, and they're expected to discuss their efforts to ensure student and staff safety. But just days ago, another fight video from a Baltimore County school was circulating on social media. And there have been multiple fights at other schools, including Perry Hall High, where parents held a protest because of the recent violence. And now parents are calling on school leaders to take action.
I mean, it is out of control right now. We need the leaders. We need the principals, we need elected officials to fight for these kids so they have to fight for themselves.
Chronic problem. It's a chronic, ongoing problem.
That's not the first time they've seen a fight like that.
No, they see it all the time. And no one goes to anyone's aid. No one, it's baffling. It's just baffling, and it's scary.
Last week, Baltimore County Schools sent Fox 45 News a statement saying this type of violent behavior will not be tolerated, and the virtual town hall titled Safe and Supportive Environments will take place at 6 this evening for elementary families and 7:15 for secondary families. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
This town hall is coming just days after a violent encounter caught on camera inside of Lansdowne High School. The video showing multiple groups of students fighting, and at one point, it even looks like the principal gets hit. And then at Towson High School, 2 women came forward with Snapchat video of a fight between 3 girls.
Plus, there have been several incidents at Perry Hall High School over the past few weeks. Parents sending us this blurred out video right here of what they say is their daughter getting beat up. Another video that we've seen showing a girl holding a bat. Her family claims that she was just trying to protect herself from bullies. They say this all happened right in front of school administrators. Last Thursday, the school had to go on lockdown after police broke up a fight behind the school. A student had to be taken to the hospital, and all after-school activities were canceled. Baltimore County is not the only place, though, seeing violent incidents in public schools. Just yesterday, a 17-year-old student at Glen Burnie High was arrested after police say he cut a classmate with a pocket knife. Glen Burnie's principal says the fight started in a hallway between classes and then was quickly broken up.
And this morning, authorities are investigating who called in a bomb threat at Chadwick Elementary School in Woodlawn. Police evacuated the building and said that they did not find any suspicious package. Students and staff returned to class shortly after police cleared the building.
Well, in Baltimore City, a 13-year-old student was robbed right in front of the Kipp Elementary School at dismissal.
Fox 45 News is not identifying the child because of his age, but he describes the experience as terrifying.
He grabbed my arm and I said, "Get off me." And then he grabbed my book bag, tried to tell me to take my watch off, and I said no. And the boy came right there and he said, "If you don't take that city off, you're going to die."
Where are you thinking when you hear that?
I was going to die.
Morcha Powell, the boy's aunt, says that she arrived to pick up her nephew from that school when she witnessed the incident unfold. Her tears turned to outrage after a conversation she says she had with the principal.
It mentioned to me that it's nothing they can do because it didn't happen on school grounds. I said I witnessed it. I watched it happen directly where this child is supposed to dismiss it.
Well, on Wednesday, the school sent a letter to parents saying a student was confronted by several youth across the street. It went on to say the school is working closely with school police to investigate.
Well, coming up at 9 this morning, Mayor Brandon Scott will be giving an update on his plans to renovate 5 Baltimore City high schools. Our Project Baltimore team will be in attendance. 6:35 now, the FDA now authorizing updated COVID booster shots for children ages 5 and up.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what they're now recommending. Megan.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Just hours ago, an expanded recommendation here. And this is for the Omicron-specific shot. And, of course, an effort really here, guys, to bolster protection against the now dominant variant. The CDC now has to officially recommend the shots for that age group. But we're getting word the updated booster is expected to become available as early as next week. Also new this morning, a warning from doctors about the COVID-19 antiviral drug Paxlovid. Been hearing a lot about it. Now there's a new paper published in the American College of Cardiology that claims it can cause serious interactions when combined with some heart-related medications like blood thinners and cholesterol or blood pressure drugs. The paper says Paxlovid should be avoided if those medications cannot be, quote, safely interrupted. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
Thank you, Megan. A Baltimore City Schools police officer racks up more overtime pay than his initial salary. Project Baltimore with the federal probe, and why the union president calls him a unicorn.
The rain is providing a wet commute for morning drivers this morning. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is letting us know when it will start to dry up. 6:37 is the time.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A recent windy day along parts of Lake Michigan. This video captured by one of our meteorologists at South Haven, Michigan. The area was under a special marine warning Wednesday, where strong winds and waterspouts were possible. From one water body to another, this sunrise captured along Surfside Beach in South Carolina, as was this stunning still photo along the same shore.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Good morning. We are waking up to rain, and it's all ahead of our next weather maker. You can see all of the showers moving across the state on the HD radar. We're looking at light to moderate rain. However, there is the chance for a few brief downpours, and you could be driving on wet roads for your morning commute and your evening commute. I'll break down the timing of the rain and impacts from the cold front coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
You may think it's too early to talk about Thanksgiving, but farmers are already warning shoppers that turkeys may be hard to come by this year.
According to the USDA, roughly 5.6 million turkeys died after being exposed to bird flu earlier this year. It nearly crippled farmers in the Midwest, which is the highest turkey producing region in our country. It's not just the bird flu, though, contributing to this shortage. Because of inflation, it's costing more to raise turkeys, and consumers will be on the hook.
Because of the lack of supply, we're going to see a massive increase in price. So you're going to see this consumer being affected by their turkey costs, their Thanksgiving meal costs, top to bottom.
According to the American Farm Bureau Federation, this Thanksgiving staple will cost Americans 112% more than last year's turkey, putting the price at a record high $6.70 a pound. Experts recommend early shopping before supply runs low.
Well, who doesn't like the taste of seasonal fall flavors? Ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, I didn't hear anybody cheer. The easy ways to update your favorite recipes and dishes to feature the flavors of the season.
Woohoo!
There you go.
And one might need a lot of arm strength to hold this skillet. Just ahead, how much the world's largest iron skillet weighs. 6:42 is the time.
How much was that egg? It's a big chicken,
a lot
right?
of cholesterol.
.644 and in your morning rush. In just 4 weeks, Marylanders will be voting for their next governor, and the gubernatorial candidates faced off in their first and likely only debate. Olivia Dance joins us live now from Federal Hill this morning, as it got pretty heated at times last night. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. Yesterday's debate was hotly contested, but both candidates seem to agree on one thing, which is improving public safety across the state, including right here in Baltimore. And some other polarizing topics that were brought up during the debate include abortion access and election integrity. Now, after the debate, Fox 45 News questioned both Dan Cox and Wes Moore on these topics. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, hear their answers. Back to you.
Well, here's a look at the other stories making headlines today. Mayor Brandon Scott will give an update on plans to renovate 5 high schools in Baltimore City. And preparation for the Baltimore Marathon is underway. Mayor Scott will hold a news conference at the annual luncheon ahead of Saturday's race.
Now, high school students' ACT college admission test scores fell to a 3-decade low in 2022. This is according to the ACT's data. Students in the graduating high school class of 2022 averaged a score of 19.8 out of 36. Many colleges and universities have moved away, though, from SAT and ACT scores they're required on their applications. The scores have been dipping, though, for the last 5 years, and educators are still grappling with the ongoing learning loss made worse by remote classes during the COVID pandemic. Is the pandemic, though, is what the blame? In this research, my daughter, she just graduated last year as a senior. She said her teachers told her, don't worry about SATs and ACTs.
I think that is
study.
causing the dip. If I don't have to study for that, then why put that extra burden on me? And that was a major undertaking. I remember studying for the SAT with my dad
in 10th grade, taking prep classes.
Really? I didn't take any classes in high school. No, I kind of just took it and then wanted to get a better score. So that's when I took the classes. But yeah.
But if you're not required to, that's why the scores are dropping. They're not trying to concentrate on them.
That's exactly what was my thought too. I was like, oh, well, that explains this, but that was not in the article. They were just saying that it's been getting worse and worse and worse, and less students are taking them.
Our floor crew, much younger than us, Olivia just said she never took it. She never took the SAT. That wasn't part of
such a big deal.
I'm stressing. I'm sweating right now thinking about the SATs. And then I had to. And then I went to a school where they're like, oh no, we need an ACT. So I went to a school in Texas, and they didn't take the SAT, so I had to take that again.
Man, there were the prep classes, and then there was the practice test.
Right.
And then
Remember
the
that?
actual one.
I went to a Saturday class.
I did too.
For
Really?
the SATs.
Because it was based on everything. Your grades were there, but the SAT scores was basically, you know.
It was a huge factor.
And
yeah, I remember that. So
I'm glad
a little
they're not
jealous
doing
of
that.
the kids that didn't have to take it and got into good colleges. Must be nice. But for us, we are starting the morning here with rain, and that's the big thing that we have going on in weather for us. We've got the next cold front on the way, so as you head outside this morning, you will want to grab the rain gear as we deal with those showers moving across the state. Rain is on the light to moderate side, although there is the chance for a few brief downpours as we head later into the morning and then into the afternoon as that cold front gets closer. Here's a look at that front. It's continuing to move toward the east and into our region. We expect it to cross the state as we head later into the day. And once it does get closer to our area, we will have that chance for showers and storms. Some of those could be strong, even severe. Current temperatures sit at 65. Very warm compared to how we started the last few mornings. Winds are out of the south around 6 miles per hour, and that visibility is slightly reduced. So make sure that you are taking it safely on the roads this morning. Around the state, temperatures mainly in the 50s and 60s. We're heading to the 70s this afternoon, but unfortunately not much to enjoy with the stay because the rain continues. Around 7 a.m., we're still tracking widespread showers. Then a few storms move in as we head into the afternoon. And even into the evening, we're still looking at that rain moving across the state, and it could mean another wet commute for your evening. Overnight, the rain gradually tapers, and we are looking at a few lingering showers along the eastern shore, but by sunrise, plenty of sunshine across Maryland, even more sunshine for the rest of the state as we head into the afternoon. So overall, a great forecast as we start the weekend, but it's today that we have to get through first. We are under a marginal risk for strong to severe storms, and that's threat level 1 of 5. The primary impact will be gusty winds, but isolated tornadoes and heavy rain cannot be ruled out. Make sure to have multiple ways of receiving alerts in case any are issued. Heading into the afternoon, temperatures top off around 70. It's actually average for this time of year, and then those numbers begin to fall as we head into the evening and night. We'll wake up to cool temperatures tomorrow morning, so it is a day when you will need the layers for the morning, but you'll be able to shed them by the afternoon. 69 with lots of sunshine for your Friday afternoon. Then we'll be in the 70s over the weekend, 73 on Saturday, 71 on Sunday. Overnight into Monday, we will have the chance for a few showers ahead of a cold front. Temperatures will drop to the mid-60s by Monday. Then after that, it really gets cool on Tuesday, 53 for the high temperature, and we gradually start to rise heading into the rest of the week. Back to you.
All right, looking now at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. As we look at our traffic map, we are seeing some slowdowns on the outer loop. You're starting to see some of the yellow there, a little bit of red, but for the most part, we are in the green.
Well, now in your entertainment news this morning, Elf star Will Ferrell and actor Ryan Reynolds are teaming up to help you get into the Christmas spirit this year.
The comedic duo will headline the new Apple TV Plus Christmas movie, Spirited. It is an updated take on the Christmas classic, the holiday classic, A Christmas Carol, with Reynolds stepping in as Ebenezer Scrooge. Ferrell takes Reynolds through various settings and time periods before introducing himself as the ghost of Christmas present. Spirited will debut in theaters November 11th.
Well, take a look at this. There's a new addition at the Lodge Cast Iron Museum in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. The museum now featuring the world's largest iron skillet. Skillet, 18 feet across, weighing, get this, more than 14,000 6,000 pounds, 7 tons. It came to the museum in January from Alabama, and that caused a lot of buzz when you were driving by seeing that. Well, that skillet is now on display.
All righty. Well, no more snow days in Maryland. The school system's doing away with traditional snow days and what they're replacing them with.
Shoppers are getting a head start on their holiday shopping season. Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, the deals that kicked off even earlier than normal and how you can save big. But don't worry, though. There are still 73 days left before Christmas, 65 days before Hanukkah.
Plenty of time for shopping, which I do daily, and plenty of time for a coffee break. It all goes in the cart. Haven't bought it yet. .654 and happening now, the U.S. government is sending additional security and humanitarian aid to Haiti.
Now, earlier this week, Haiti's prime minister requested foreign troops to help quell an outbreak of crime, civil unrest, and cholera in the country. This comes after gangs surrounded a key fuel terminal last month, cutting off the distribution of fuel, and the cholera outbreak, in which at least 18 people have died. Now, the U.S. is also pulling visas for Haitian officials involved with criminal organizations.
With these visa restrictions, we are sending a clear message that those providing support to Haitian street gangs and other criminal organizations through financial and other forms of material support, including facilitation of illicit arms and narcotics trafficking, along with their immediate family members, are not welcome in the United States.
Officials are reporting another 260 suspected cases of cholera, but experts say the numbers are likely much higher. The UN Security Council is scheduled to discuss Haiti's request for troops later this month.
Also happening right now, the Biden administration agrees to accept up to 24,000 Venezuelan migrants at U.S. airports.
Plus, Mexico has agreed to take back Venezuelans who come to the U.S. illegally over land.
Effective immediately, Venezuelans who walk or swim across the border will be immediately returned to Mexico under the pandemic rule known as Title 42. Venezuelans who illegally cross into Mexico or Panama after today will also be ineligible to come to the U.S. under that offer. The plan is modeled after a similar program for Ukrainians who fled Russia's invasion.
Black farmers are taking the federal government to court over changes to debt relief programs.
Prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump filing a lawsuit against the government on behalf of those farmers. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us with more on this issue.
Well, Congress actually baked relief for these minority farmers into law. As part of the American Rescue Plan Act, farmers then made business decisions based on this relief. And then Congress repealed the law, replacing it with a watered-down version, putting many farmers at risk of losing everything. The government walking back its promise to help minority farmers through debt relief, leaving many in dire straits.
And we pleaded with this administration to stop the farm foreclosures, but instead they're moving swiftly since they repealed this measure. So again, this issue isn't receiving enough attention.
As part of the Inflation Reduction Act passed this August, Congress repealed a controversial portion of the 2021 American Rescue Plan, which set aside $4 billion for minority farmers. The new law broadens relief to include all farmers while also changing important loan specifics, causing some farmers to now owe the government money.
What are the legal grounds of this lawsuit?
It's a breach of contract law based on the fact that you had a valid contract. There was a benefit and there was a detriment, the essential elements of a legally binding contract. And even worse, these farmers relied on the contract that the federal government made with them.
Pandemic-era supply chain issues spurred the initial relief program. The federal government asking farmers to ramp up domestic production.
What kind of big business decisions did some of them make based on what they were essentially asked to do?
Kayla, they went and bought new tractors, they went and bought new feed, they bought new livestock. They tried to answer the bell that the federal government had issued to them, and they relied on the federal government's promise to give them relief.
A broken promise, leaving farmers like Lester Bonner in Dinwiddie, Virginia, at risk of losing the farm that's been in his family for more than 100 years. And only Democrats voted for the Inflation Reduction Act, which put black farmers' debt relief in jeopardy, causing many to now owe the government money. Attorney Ben Crump saying the timing of this lawsuit is crucial. He wants congressional candidates on the record so voters know where they stand before casting a ballot on Election Day. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
He's a phony. There are so many things in his book that are completely false.
We're watching a perfect indication as to why Governor Hogan called you unfit to lead.
Tensions are high between Maryland's gubernatorial candidates. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have more details from their first and likely only debate.
Well, still to come this morning, Project Baltimore investigates why a police officer is racking up more overtime pay than his salary. Plus, why the union president calls him a unicorn.
And we're tracking rain moving across the state this morning. I'll break down the timing of the rain and when we finally dry out coming up in my full forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, and on this Thursday, October 13th, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. That second cup of coffee, it's the way to go today. Yeah, it's starting to kick in.
Okay,
I mean, just
finally.
about an hour ago, I was ready to put my head down and just take a nap. Now, yeah, I'm going.
Hold on to your hats, people. All right, let's move over now to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. Take a look at what's in the forecast.
Rain, and it's going to make it so hard for many people to get up this morning. It's always so nice to sleep in when there's rain, and you may notice that rain as soon as you step outside. We've got it moving across the state right now. You can see that on the HD radar. We've got some yellows indicating that moderate rain. There could be a few brief downpours later today, and that could impact your commute. Be sure to take it safely on the roads and maybe add some extra time to your commute this morning. Over Towson, it is rainy with temperatures around 63, nice and calm winds. And it doesn't feel too bad. Temperatures across much of the state are in the 60s, a few spots in the 50s, but you will still need the rain gear as we are expecting showers and storms throughout the day into the evening and even into the night. I'll break down the timing of these storms and what to expect after the rain clears coming up in my Weather Authority forecast.
Thank you, Jasmine. 7:01 now into your Len Stoller traffic network. Taking a look at the map right here, and you see it's mainly just the volume around the loop, but south of the city on 95 southbound, right in Guilford, there's a multi-vehicle accident there causing some delays, and then there's 4 incidents, 95 north and southbound north of the city, and that's where right out of the loop, White Marsh Boulevard, but not causing too many delays. They cleared them and moved all those accidents to the sides of the road.
We have a remarkably transparent election system in our state, and one that is irresponsible and frankly dangerous to continue to cast doubt in the election system of Maryland.
So the only thing that's dangerous is a candidate such as my opponent who wishes to centralize authority and completely ignore the Constitution.
In your Vote 2022 coverage this morning, our state is on its way to getting a new governor.
In less than 4 weeks, voters will decide between Democrat Wes Moore and Republican Dan Cox.
The two took part in their first and likely only debate last night.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from the Federal Hill with the big topics, though, that are still on voters' minds. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. And the debate was hotly contested, but one thing both of the candidates seem to agree on is improving public safety across the state, including right here in Baltimore. Now, after the debate, Fox 45 News questioned both of the candidates on how they plan to create safer communities. Take a listen.
How would you use your position as governor to impact and improve public safety in places like Baltimore City, Prince George's County, other places where we're seeing crime on the rise?
Yeah, we'd make sure that we're working in partnership with our local jurisdictions.
What does that look like?
Well, so what it looks like, so for example, you take Baltimore. You know, I'm excited to work in partnership with our states, with the new state's attorney that's coming on board, to be able to making sure that we're getting and keeping violent offenders off of our streets, making sure that we can get and keep these illegal guns off of our streets.
Well, number one, we wouldn't defund the police, which is what my opponent has sought to do.
How do you feel about the union supporting your opponent?
It's just politics. It's okay, because the officers support me and the sheriff support me, so we're good.
Cox said he would support increasing penalties for repeat violent offenders, while Moore wouldn't answer that question. Another polarizing topic brought up, abortion access. Cox saying he will defend unborn life, while Moore doesn't believe lawyers and politicians should get in the way of the relationship between a woman and her doctor. Now, throughout the debate, the issue of election integrity was also brought up. This comes after Cox unsuccessfully challenged the state, allowing mail-in ballots to be counted before Election Day.
Ballots are being counted before Election Day. Yes or no, will you accept the results given this happening right now?
Well, I think we need to wait and see, how things play out legally. Well, we're going to follow the Constitution.
Trust Maryland's electoral system.
And the State Board of Elections is predicting that they will receive an influx of mail-in ballots again for the November election. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how both of the candidates react to the results. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 7:04 now, and this brings us to our question of the day. Which candidate do you trust most to get a handle on Baltimore's crime crisis, Dan Cox or Wes Moore? So far, 75% of those who have voted say Dan Cox. Now, you can still weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Turning now to a city in crisis. This year, we've seen criminals in Baltimore become even more brazen.
Yeah, from mass shootings ripping through neighborhoods to a pregnant woman ambushed to officers attacked in the line of duty.
More recently, police are still looking for this suspect who shot a man at a corner store in broad daylight. The suspect seen clearly wearing the red shirt.
This happened last month, but the suspect is still on the loose, like many others who are caught on camera.
They remain on the loose because we're not turning in our friends, our sons, our nephews, our schoolmates, our students. We know who these are. They're just committing these violent crimes without regard, and the responsibility falls on all of us. The police department, the community, we're all one in this, and we all are suffering because of it.
Well, this leads to the question of why people who know something are not saying anything, and many blame the so-called stop snitching culture in Baltimore. Maryland's Court of Special Appeals is denying a motion to temporarily pause the process of clearing Adnan Syed's murder charges. This comes one day after City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby announced the charges against Syed had been dropped, citing a lack of DNA evidence linking him to the 1999 murder of Hayman Lee. But now Lee's family attorney is questioning the methods of DNA collection that set him free, sharing those concerns in an interview with CNN yesterday morning.
I understand the lab that was used was a fringe lab. It wasn't the Maryland Crime Lab or an established, facility. What has been presented to the public is, thus far, is not evidence. It's characterizations of evidence.
Police found DNA on Hayman Lee's shoes, none of which belonged to Adnan Syed, according to the city state's attorney. Mosby says she personally reached out to defense attorney Steve Kelly, who we just heard from. She says he didn't want to hear about the evidence gathering process.
Additional snow days are valued by students, staff, and families.
Well, a snowy day meant no school in the past, but that may change for this winter. More than half of Maryland's public school districts.
I'm cringing to see all of that come down behind us.
I think it's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Right.
If you can be at home in front of your fireplace and watch it happen. The Maryland State Department of Education says 11 districts are already approved to teach virtually on snow days starting this winter. Plus, many more counties are currently in the planning process for that. Just last week, Howard County Public Schools got the green light to plan for asynchronous virtual snow days. Despite the approval, their students were the biggest opponents for the change, with 60% of students saying no way, not in support.
Just 60% of students saying that? All right. Baltimore County Public Schools says when surveying their community, the overwhelming majority said that the closed schools as in the past. But BCPS is moving forward to try and get approved for virtual learning after 5 traditional snow days this year. So after 5.
This is after 5.
After 5,
in
you
that
have 5
case.
snow days, and then you start going virtual?
That would be more acceptable to me than just virtual and no snow days. I think you have some snow days.
I think you just keep all the snow days. There's nothing worse than just being home. You want to, especially if you're young, you want to go out and play in the snow, and you can't.
But you don't want to be in school till the middle of the summer.
Right.
It's unfair to parents. Working parents who go to work, my husband and I in snow no matter what are there. So we have to find someone to watch the kids, which many parents also have to do.
Yeah.
And you can't be like, oh, by the way, thanks neighbor for watching our kid. Here's their homework
Right.
and
Yeah.
there's online
Good
school.
point.
Make sure that they check in. It's
Yeah.
an unfair, realistic to put on parents who are working.
Some of the
My 2
teachers,
cents.
yeah, some of the teachers also say, we just saw that over the last 2 years about homeschooling and the teaching, and they were trying to compare the two, and they're like, it's not the same. It's not homeschooling.
Are they
it's
even
sitting in
learning
front of this, and
anything?
they're not really getting anything. You have to redo it over when they come back anyway.
And they deserve the fun snow day on top of all of it. Yes, the fun, but also.
Yeah, my thing is what happens if the power goes out or something.
Then you don't,
Yeah, then there'd be no virtual.
Yeah, see, that's
Then
a
it's
problem. And
sunny.
it's from area to area and not just from county to county. So, yeah, I think there are some issues with that.
A lot.
A lot of issues.
And I want to watch my kids for virtual learning while we're working.
Yeah. Well, some issues right now because we have a little bit of change coming this afternoon, though, with our weather.
Yeah, we've got rain on the way. Actually, rain already here, but storms, those are on the way as we head into the afternoon, and this is all ahead of our next cold front. You will notice that change as we head into later this afternoon. We could have some areas of gusty winds to go along with the rain and storms ahead of that cold front. Here's a current look on the HD radar of what we're seeing. We do have some areas of moderate rain, but a lot of this is quick moving. Still, you may be driving on wet roads this morning and possibly through some showers. This is the cold front that we're watching. It will continue to move across the region and across the state as we head into the afternoon. It's already leading to rain and storms as we look a little bit farther north. Now, that will lead to rain this morning, and then the afternoon we have the chance for storms, some of which could be strong, even severe. So make sure that you're staying weather alert and have multiple ways of receiving any alerts that may be issued. Coming up, I'll have the impacts that we could see, and I'll break down the timing of the rain in my full forecast. Back to you.
7:10 right now. We are waiting on the release of the Consumer Price Index, which we know is another key indicator of where inflation stands.
Megan Gillen is at our live center now with what today's numbers are expected to show. Megan.
Yeah, guys, we're taking you live to New York City here this morning, where Wall Street is also waiting to see what this report is going to show. Set to release at 8:30 this morning, just over an hour from now. We know major banks are predicting an 8.1% increase in prices year over year, which actually is a small improvement from August, when the rate was 8.3%. The Federal Reserve now expressing new concern here this morning over inflation that just will not go down. A sizable portion of the economy has not responded to their aggressive rate hikes, also saying inflation won't come down unless the labor market actually weakens. We are expecting to get new numbers on unemployment claims at 8:30 here this morning is when we're expected to get those numbers. The Fed predicting the unemployment rate could hit 4.4% early next year. It's currently at 3.5%. We are keeping an eye out, of course, here this morning. We're going to keep you posted as soon as those are released. Meantime, we've been following some other breaking news out of Connecticut. See if this live shot, it just came back up for you. This is a live look from Bristol, Connecticut, actually not far from ESPN headquarters. We are getting word 3 officers were shot there late last night. Looks like a reporter just stepping into that shot. 2 of those officers we're hearing have now died. We're told the 3rd officer suffering from serious injuries. Connecticut State Police actually giving us a lot of information. They're calling this an officer-involved shooting. We're staying on top of this, guys. But at this point, 2 officers fatally shot there in Bristol, Connecticut. We'll keep you posted as we learn more. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. Project Baltimore investigates a Baltimore City school police officer as he racks up more overtime pay than his initial salary.
And the organization, People Empowered by the Struggle, will be joining us live right after the break. How the recent situation involving Baltimore farmers market vendors and a homeless encampment is impacting the city overall. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:15 now. The Baltimore Farmers Market is held every Sunday under the JFX. In recent weeks, vendors have been met by a homeless encampment that has set up in that same location. The city has ordered the encampment to be moved, but those living in those tents are now questioning what's next for them. Jason Rodriguez with People Empowered by the Struggle joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice.
Tell me a little bit about your organization and what you all do.
We are a one-stop shop for all struggles, regardless of what the circumstances may be, whether you're facing homelessness, whether you're dealing with domestic violence, whether you're dealing with workforce development or even prevention of homelessness. Our organization has been involved in just trying to help dozens upon dozens of families within Baltimore City navigate through these struggles.
Okay, let me ask you this particular situation. The farmers market has been there for decades. What has happened that the encampment has now also moved into that space?
They've always been in that area, so I don't want to make it seem like they're new to the area. They've always been in that area. Matter of fact, we've had many cookouts for the homeless within that area underneath that bridge span. So they've always been in that area. I think what's different this time is that this group of individuals that are under there tend to be the ones that are dealing with agencies that don't seem to be managed 100% properly, code blue shelters that tend to have some issues in reference to just the quality of care that's being provided by the code blue shelters. So for many of them, they've been in and out of many of these different agencies and services, but the services have been inadequate, poor, unsafe in many cases, and the conditions many times are deplorable. So they refuse to continue to deal with deplorable conditions and are looking for a better option from the city.
And what is that? What would they like to see from the city? And has any help from the city been forthcoming?
Well, they want housing first as a motto. In our organization, we've actually been talking to the city about presenting a tiny home village proposal to them, which is kind of best practice of what we see that's going on around the country, where you provide housing first in a village type of setting. The city did try to offer. We were actually called down, by the city, by the deputy mayor's office, to see if there is anything further that our organization could do to help these group of individuals that were encamped underneath by the farmers market. And what we ended up doing was really trying to work with the city to see what options were available so that we can get them into some sort of temporary shelter. And then come back to the table and talk later in reference to what would be a more long-term solution. The city offered numerous offers in reference to shelter, including providing, because what it was for some of them, they needed to have shelter without restrictions. Some of them worked, and many times the code blue shelters and many of the programs require you to be in by a certain time, or else you don't get a bed for the night. So there were restrictions that wanted to be lifted. The city was willing to give concessions in reference to some of these restrictions, as long as the city came in and did weekly inspections to make sure, that nothing was being torn up in the process, and that, things weren't going on as far as illegal activity was concerned. But unfortunately, many of those that are in this current encampment have it within their mind that they want housing first. They're tired of the temporary solutions. They want housing first.
All right, Jason, we're going to have to continue to follow up on this with you. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
You're welcome.
7:19 is the time, and I just stepped outside. A warm rain, it feels like. It's like a warm rain out there right now.
Even better sleeping rain. We've got meteorologist Jasmine Lomax here.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it, a warm rain. We're starting with temperatures in the 50s and the 60s. The past couple of mornings, we've had the 40s, the 30s, so a big change for us. Now, as you step outside, you'll likely be walking outside to some rain or maybe noticing some wet roads, and that could impact your commute this morning. Here's a look of where we're seeing that rain on the HD radar. A lot of it is quick moving toward the northeast, but we expect this to continue throughout the day and even into the night. It's all the result of this cold front that's moving across the region, leading to rain across many parts of the East Coast, actually extending down into the south. Here's a look outside, and not a pretty picture. You really can't see much. 63 and rainy over the harbor with calm winds. Across the state, numbers are in the 50s and the 60s. Not too bad as you head outside, but you will want the rain gear and you will want the rain jackets, the umbrella, the rain boots. This continues as we head from the morning into the afternoon. There could be some strong to severe storms as we make our way into the afternoon and areas of heavy rain. Then by the evening, we're still tracking showers and a few storms moving across the state, and that could mean another wet commute this evening. Then by the night, the rain gradually starts to taper, mainly after midnight. By daybreak, we are looking at dry weather across the state, and then those clouds continue to clear through the afternoon. Plenty of sunshine around Maryland for your Friday. It looks great as we start the weekend, and as we continue the weekend, looks even better. We are under a marginal risk today for strong to severe storms. That's threat level 1 of 5. Now, gusty winds will be the primary threat, but we can't rule out isolated tornadoes or heavy rain for all of the areas in the stark green shading. Make sure that you are staying weather alert this afternoon. Temperatures go from the 60s to the low 70s. Rain chances will remain pretty steady throughout the afternoon, and then they start to drop as we head into the night. Tomorrow, behind the cold front, we are back to dry weather, 69. 70s over the weekend. Enjoy those nice temperatures because we get cooler after that. 60s on Monday and then 50s heading into the middle of next week. Back to you.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Fox 45 is getting Maryland back to work. It's time for our Job of the Day. Wise Markets is hiring a bakery sales associate cake decorator. That position in Owings Mills. If you'd like some more information, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
A comedic gold duo teaming up this holiday season. The new take on a Christmas movie classic.
And this morning with the Howard County Museum of History, we're talking about the ghost tours. It's ghost tour season. We'll talk about all those tours coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:25, and it's so Baltimore. Throughout the state of Maryland, restless spirits still roam the streets.
They're historic and spooky stories waiting to be uncovered. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Ellicott City along a ghost tour, and he's learning more about what's out there. Mark.
That's right. Claire is here, and Claire, it is ghost tour season.
It is.
And you were telling me there's a ton of tours.
There are a ton of tours. There are a ton of places.
Now, are you okay? Are you scared? I mean, you've been exposed to a lot of these.
I'm feeling comfortable right now.
All right.
I think that our state has the friendliest ghosts,
Awesome.
from what I've heard.
Okay, hold on. I thought I heard something. I'm sorry, Claire. Go ahead.
I know.
Go ahead.
You got to be careful, but it is the season for the ghost tours. So across the state, we've got lots of great opportunities. The neat thing is that we've got so many historic towns that you can come on these ghost tours. You can mix history. You can mix the hauntings and get it all in. Lots of things for different ages. Baltimore obviously has a lot of great ghost tours. Ellicott City, where we are here today, they're telling me that every single building has ghost stories.
Wow.
And there's tours that you can do with that. But there's also smaller towns throughout the state, like Frederick, Westminster, where you can do ghost tours as well. And with Visit Maryland, you can go to the site, type in ghost tours, and you can get a full list of what your options are from now until Halloween.
I love it, Claire. And again, you know, there's such rich history. There's so much history, troubled history, and just old history. So yeah, guys, hey, you're in a great state to go to the tours.
We have questions.
We have so many questions. You
Yeah.
said great state for the tour, but I want to know what's wrong with Maryland that people can't just die in peace, why they're all still so unsettled.
Well, you know, there's well, of course, you have the history. You have, when you talk about enslavement in Maryland, you have the women's history in Maryland. You have the farmers who maybe weren't happy with how things ended. I mean, there's a lot. I think if you say history and then you talk about, history, pain kind of goes together. So therefore,
And there you go.
The spirits who
When you put it that way, I get it.
You know?
All right.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
I'm always afraid. When you come at the camera that way and talk about ghosts, it's a little frightening. All right, Mark, can't wait to hear more. Well, if you want more information, maybe get out on one of these tours yourself. Would you go? Would you do a tour?
I've done many ghost
Oh,
tours.
my gosh. All
Not
right.
in Ellicott City, though.
Go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. You people just like to be scared.
Rain and storms coming today in the afternoon and evening. A great time for an umbrella for a ghost tour. Jasmine Lomax, meteorologist, will let us know, well, how the temperatures are holding up with the rain.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's got a look at the forecast, and it's a rainy forecast, but it's going to get a lot worse this afternoon.
Yeah, we've got storms on the way. We're starting with rain right now, and you will notice that as you step outside. Here's a view from Towson, and it is very gray, very gloomy. We've got the rain, and again, you're going to notice that. It may add some extra time to your commute, so just be prepared for that. Current temperatures sit at 63, and winds at this time are calm. Temperatures across the state, mainly the 60s and the 50s. And here's a look at where we are seeing that rain. It's moving toward the northeast, but we've got showers across the state, and these will continue as we head into the afternoon and then into the evening. So expect more rain on the way and possibly strong to severe storms. I'll let you know the impacts that we could have and when the rain finally clears coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. A Baltimore City school police officer on pace to rack up more than his annual salary in overtime 3 years in a row.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, schools approved the money, and sources say the FBI took notice.
This begs an investigation.
Adam Andrzejewski is the founder of OpenTheBooks.com, a government watchdog organization that tracks public spending. And he believes this could be a prime example of misused tax dollars.
Massive spikes in overtime certainly raise red flags.
So you do periodic hall walks?
Lawrence Smith is a Baltimore City school police officer and 7-time state champion head football coach for Dunbar High School. Sources say he's also currently under investigation by the FBI, in part over payroll irregularities. Through a public records request, Project Baltimore obtained this payroll database of Smith's overtime earnings. We can see his overtime hours per paycheck going back to 2019. And what we found is hard to believe. In 2020, Smith earned about $68,000 in overtime, more than his annual salary. We found one paycheck where he logged 116 and a half hours of overtime in 2 weeks. If you average it out, that would mean he worked nearly 8.5 hours of overtime every day for 2 weeks straight. We found between August and September of 2020, Smith recorded 300 hours of overtime over a 6-week period. If you add that to his normal work week, Smith says he was at work on average nearly 13 hours a day, 7 days a week, for 42 straight days, a feat he nearly repeated the following year in 2021, when he logged 297 hours of overtime over a 6-week period between June and July.
To the extent that Lawrence Smith's public employment is for the public good, he should be lauded. What you've outlined here is a troubling pattern.
2021 was a big year for Smith. He made more than any other city school police officer, $30,000 more than the city school's police chief. How did he do it? By bringing home more than $94,000 in overtime. His total earnings that year, nearly $168,000.
That's a tremendous amount for any employee of the Baltimore City Public Schools to be working, just in terms of gross hours.
But Smith didn't always used to work this much overtime. According to city schools, the average school police officer makes about $18,000 a year in overtime. But take a look at this chart. In 2017, 2018, and 2019, Smith earned below the average. But in 2020, his overtime began to skyrocket. So what happened?
What I'll say about Detective Smith is this. He is a unicorn in our police department.
Baltimore City Schools did not provide an explanation for the overtime, but Sergeant Clyde Boatwright, president of the FOP, is not surprised that it's a lot of hours.
He is one of one. He has a responsibility that no one else in our department has.
Boatwright says about 5 years ago, Smith took on more responsibility as a liaison to other police departments.
We got good movement.
He's also the custodian of the camera systems.
So if there's a homicide that occurs near a school, there could be footage where a suspect is seen getting away, a getaway car, a getaway driver, and he is the person that will be looking into those types of situations.
Let's get to the cafeteria.
According to Boatwright, Smith's role requires him to be on call 24 hours a day. And with Baltimore's crime rate, the overtime can add up. It also goes through an approval process with multiple supervisors signing off.
Do you believe there's enough oversight in the overtime system?
Yes, I do.
But when an employee is making far more than his annual salary in overtime, Andrzejewski questions whether it's the best use of public dollars.
Well, it's a misallocation of public resources. For that kind of money, the public could have had an extra resource officer or two.
He says, at the very least, an audit should be conducted.
Why is one person invested with all of this authority, all of this control, and all of this expertise within the Baltimore City Public Schools? Auditors need to take a look at this situation.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Project Baltimore reached out to Lawrence Smith for this story, but did not hear back.
Well, coming up in our next half hour, two men vying for your vote to become the next governor of Maryland. The latest from last night's debate. And Heyman Lee's family continues to fight for justice. Why Adnan Syed's now fast-moving release is catching national attention.
And I'm tracking rain moving across the state this morning that could impact not just your morning commute, but your evening commute too. I'll break down the timing of the rain and storms coming up. Good Thursday morning. We are off to a rainy start, and we have storms on the way as we head into the afternoon. Temperatures reach the low 70s. We've got the upper 60s tomorrow, and finally the sunshine returns. We'll have a lot of that. Heading into the weekend, though, it gets even warmer with temperatures in the 70s, and it looks great. But of course, we have to get through the rain today. I'll let you know the timing for the rain and impacts that we could have coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Topping your entertainment news this Thursday morning, Elf star Will Ferrell and actor Ryan Reynolds are teaming up to help you get into the Christmas spirit this year.
The comedic duo will headline the new Apple TV Plus Christmas movie, Spirited. It's an updated take on the classic holiday movie A Christmas Carol, with Reynolds stepping in as Ebenezer Scrooge. Ferrell takes Reynolds through various settings and time periods before introducing himself as the ghost of Christmas Present. Spirited will debut in theaters November 11th, and then it will stream globally on Apple TV Plus starting November 18th.
Before we get to the Christmas season, it's time to focus on spooky season, a boozy event that you can attend this Sunday at the Maryland Zoo.
But first, the Baltimore Police Department is promoting another class of officers with monetary incentives. Coming up on this week's Fox Undercover, why the department is still losing more than they're hiring. 7:41 is the time.
Baltimore Police Department promoting another class of officers as the salary for new recruits remains $60,000 with a $5,000 sign-on bonus and $12,000 for officers who live in the city, or $1,000 a month living expense for the first year. But still, the department is losing more officers than hiring. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Ed, a lot of critics are saying, you know what, it's not all about the money. While that money is good and that will help try and get a little bit of attention there, it's more than that. It's all about the attitude towards police officers.
I would agree. I mean, the money's the first step, and I'm happy to hear they're doing that, because you need to pay them at least what the surrounding counties are making, probably more, to attract people to the city where the needs are the greatest. But it truly is not just about money, because people don't join the police department to get rich. They join for other reasons, and if there's been a war on the police for years now, and it's been going nationwide. People have trouble recruiting nationally, but Baltimore is suffering more than most.
There's got to be a tipping point, though, when you start paying officers, new recruits, to a certain level at one point just to try and get them to come and look at the job. Once you start incentivizing them so much, then it's going to be like, okay, well, you can only afford a certain amount. We won't be able to afford a large amount because we're paying one officer a lot more than what was expected, right?
Yeah, but they also need to increase the police department's budget and make it realistic. There's a whole game that they play every year. They always go over budget with overtime. Then they don't hire people and use the salary savings from the hiring to pay for the overtime. They need to come up with a realistic budget for one. But more than that, they've got to start supporting the police in this city. I mean, it may be the changing of the state's attorney may be a deciding factor here. Maybe, Mr. Bates will, be more acceptable to the police than Ms. Mosby was. And I can see that happening. There'd be one incentive right there.
You think that will change the culture and actually say, okay, somebody that was like, I don't know if I want to be an officer, if Bates comes in and starts backing police a little bit more than what Mosby is alleged said to not back, then you think that will actually promote it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't expect the state's attorney to be, on board with the FOP, but you expect them to be fair and prosecute criminals. I mean, you got to think about it. The last state's attorney was she was refusing to prosecute criminal cases. They dropped dramatically, so why bother arresting anybody if, risk your life? And then she very obviously would be much happier to indict police officers. So, I mean, it was a double bad that would drive people out of the job. And you see that the worst part now is they have no retention. They can't keep people. So even if they can hire, which they can't hire enough to keep up with the attrition. The biggest problem, though, is you're going to have a very inexperienced police department in a really dangerous city.
Yeah, and then they quickly get promoted. I mean, you and I have had that discussion multiple times here. So what is left? I mean, right now, Phil's Fest is postponed a second time because they were trying to move it from the effects of Hurricane Ian, so they moved it to Halloween weekend, and the commissioner's saying, I don't have enough people to cover those events during a Halloween weekend, so they promoted it the next weekend, then in November.
I don't know. I mean, they got to get on it. It's got to be one of the biggest priorities in the police department is recruitment and retention. This is a real dangerous issue, and the public needs to pay attention because it's not just the numbers of police officers, which are down dramatically, and it continues to drop, which is a safety issue for the public and the police, but it's also a quality issue because my experience has been whenever you have these rushes to hire big numbers, big classes, you invariably get a lot of bad officers that come out of these because you drop your standards, you hire people you would not ordinarily hire, and then 3, 5, 8 years down the road, you got some kind of scandal going on with people that shouldn't be in the job in the first place.
All right, thank you, Ed. Of course, you could always hear Ed Norris every morning, Monday through Friday on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m. 7:47 now, and just a day outside. At least it's not pouring down rain.
Right, and you said it's a warm rain. You walked outside and said it's warm. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax here with what we are seeing for this day.
Yeah, we're keeping track of those showers moving across the state this morning. A lot of it's on the light to moderate side, but there is that chance for a few brief downpours later in the day. And that does mean that at times you could be driving through those downpours. Be sure to keep that in mind before you head out the door. Notice around the state, we're seeing a lot of light green indicating that light to moderate rain. And this is all moving toward the northeast. So what we have in Virginia is all headed up to Maryland, and that will continue to move toward the northeast heading into the afternoon, all ahead of our next weather maker. And that's this cold front that you see on the map. It's moving across the region and is expected to cross over the state as we head later into the day. As it gets closer to us, though, we will have that chance for storms, and some of those could be strong, even severe. Here's a look outside, and it is very gray and gloomy. Temperatures at 63 and rainy over Baltimore. Winds at this time are calm. And across the state, temperatures pretty warm for this time of year. And for the morning, we've got the 50s and 60s. So you will notice that it does kind of feel nice outside, but you will still want the rain gear as you step outside and as you walk outside to the rain. Notice we still have areas of heavy rain as we head from the morning into the afternoon. At times, there could be strong to severe storms all ahead of that cold front. There could even be a few showers lingering into the evening and overnight. After midnight, though, we stay mostly dry and the clouds and the rain continue to taper. By 7 a.m., we're starting off Friday with nice and dry weather. Temperatures won't be as high as they are right now. We'll start in the 40s and 50s. Then by the afternoon, temperatures in the upper 60s and low 70s with plenty of sunshine. It looks great as we start the weekend. Today, though, we are under this marginal risk for strong to severe storms. That's threat level 1 of 5. Damaging wind gusts are the primary threat, but there could be isolated tornadoes and heavy rain. The threat for those are on the lower side, but still be sure to have multiple ways of receiving alerts in case any are issued. High temperatures reach 70 this afternoon. That's keeping us seasonable. Then as we head into the evening and overnight, rain chances and temperatures start to dip. 69 with plenty of sunshine for Friday. Then as we head into the rest of the weekend, temperatures a little higher. We'll be back to the 70s. 73 on Saturday, 71 on Sunday. Late Sunday into Monday, we have the next chance for a few showers. Temperatures will only be around 65 on Monday. Then a cold front will drop those numbers to the 50s as we head into the middle of next week. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Looking now at the Link-Stoller traffic network, cleanup is underway following a crash on the 695 inner loop right before Wilkins Avenue. 2 vehicles involved. The shoulder is closed. A little further south on the inner loop, there is another 2-vehicle accident at Washington Boulevard. This one is closing the right turn lane and the right shoulder. But what you're seeing in that box there, that is the earlier one right at Wilkins Avenue. You see traffic moving, but slowly as it was backed up because of the accident. Let's get a check now of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark. Oh, no, Mark? All right. Well, we'll check in with him in just a bit.
And Tom asked about the ghost tours. Why so many ghosts in the area? Maybe it's the rich history of undertakers and funeral homes. Ha ha ha! We'll get into that coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
A dip in temperatures is coming and the winter months are not far off. After the break, how you can prepare your home to be the coziest it can be this winter season. And the first way to stay warm and cozy from the inside, a hot cup of coffee. See, now this is nice to
It
sit
is
back
nice.
with the
Look at
snow.
that. Yeah, let's warm up and wake up together with the
Ooh,
coffee break.
My blanket. Cozy.
Need a shovel for this. 7:54, and with a cold front coming and winter just a few months away, it's time to start preparing for the winter blast. It looks gorgeous right there.
It's beautiful when it's like that, and you can be inside and cozy. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. is live in Silver Spring. He's telling us how to get started, how to get winterized. John, good morning.
Either that or he's robbing somebody right now.
No, he's got filters.
Tom and Patrice, good morning, my friends. Yeah, we're winterizing this morning. Hard to believe it's already that time of year, so it's time to look at the seals, the frame around your doors and your windows to make sure they're nice and tight. A lot of people don't think about gutters, which is why we're on a ladder. Make sure the gutter is not only clean, but covered as we get into the winter months. And then, as I drop it, that's live TV, the air, maybe this one can't be used any longer, it's nice and wet. The air filters, there's so many different kinds, so many different prices. So which one's the right one to use?
You want to make sure you get your system checked, for one, get your HVAC company in there. Second, you want to get your filter changed also, get it nice and done. You have a good, better, best, depending on your system and what kind of flow you have. You may want to go with a cheaper one because that's what the HVAC guys recommend, has less strain on your system. But the better they are, the more that they filter out, but they also put a slight strain on your system, so you don't want to use it year round, maybe just in the spring for allergies. And then the last thing you want to do is set your thermostat to like 65 degrees. Keep that nice and toasty, warm in the house, but not too cold. At least you're not wasting a lot of energy.
Isn't that interesting? The more expensive air filter, like the one I just dropped on the wet ground, not always the best option. And remember, now's the time of year your garden hoses should go inside the shed, inside the garage. You definitely don't want to keep those out and connected as we get into the cold winter months. Reporting live in Silver Spring, Maryland, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, John, thank you. Although a lot of people in here balked at 65 degrees. You said that's good for you.
62 in our house right now. Yeah.
That's freezing. All right, well, we have to get ready because the next weather maker is on its way to Baltimore.
In fact, still to come, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax will let us know just how long this rain is going to last.
We wouldn't defund the police. I'm excited to work in partnership with the new state's attorney.
Tensions are high between Maryland's gubernatorial candidates. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have details from their first and likely only debate. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The police.
I'm excited to work in partnership with the new state's attorney.
The two men vying to become Maryland's next governor square off in their only scheduled debate. We're covering the topics discussed and how they hope to win your vote.
Efforts to pause the fast-moving case of Adnan Syed's conviction from being wiped out hit a standstill, while Heyman Lee's family is not stopping their fight for justice.
And I'm tracking rain across the state ahead of the next weather maker. I'll let you know the timing for the rain and storms coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, October 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Megan Gilland. We're going to check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. We're going to warn you, though, you might not like it.
And look at the monitor there.
Yeah.
It's just foggy and messy.
Yeah, it just does not look great this morning, and I'm sure many people aren't going to like waking up, stepping outside to rain and driving through that, but it's what we have going on not just this morning, but also into the afternoon, evening, and night. It's all ahead of our next cold front, so grab the rain gear before you step outside. You're likely going to need it. Here's a current look at the HD radar, and we are seeing rain continue to move across the state. Now, it's been pretty consistent over the past few hours, and we expect this rain to continue as we head later into the day and as the cold front gets closer to us. That front is continuing to move east across the region. It will cross over the state later today. Be prepared for storms. Some of them could be strong, even severe. We'll have that cold front push closer and closer to Maryland, leading to the chance also for heavy rain and gusty winds. An isolated tornado also cannot be ruled out. I'll break down the timing of the rain and what to expect for the weekend coming up. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, drive times much slower than normal, especially 95 to 83. Looking at a 35-minute commute there. We've got wet roads out there, foggy conditions. Be careful.
He's a phony. There are so many things in his book that are completely false. If you look at the book, he claims he was raised in Baltimore City, but, sir, you weren't there until you were 34.
We're watching a perfect indication as to why Governor Hogan called you unfit to lead. We're watching a perfect indication as to why Governor Hogan has said, not only will I not support Delegate Cox, I won't even give him a tour of the governor's office.
In your Vote 2022 coverage this morning, our state is on its way to getting a new governor.
In less than 4 weeks, voters will decide between Democrat Wes Moore and Republican Dan Cox.
The two took part in their first and probably only debate last night.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Federal Hill with the big topics on voters' minds. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Megan and Patrice. And the debate was hotly contested, but one thing both candidates seem to agree on is improving public safety throughout the state, including right here in Baltimore. Now, after the debate, Fox 45 News questioned each of the candidates on how they will create safer communities. Take a listen.
How would you use your position as governor to impact and improve public safety in places like Baltimore City, Prince George's County, other places where we're seeing crime on the rise?
Yeah, we'd make sure that we're working in partnership with our local jurisdictions.
What does that look like?
Well, so what it looks like, so for example, you take Baltimore. I'm excited to work in partnership with our states, with the new state's attorney that's coming on board, to be able to making sure that we're getting and keeping violent offenders off of our streets, making sure that we can get and keep these illegal guns off of our streets.
Well, number one, we wouldn't defund the police, which is what my opponent has sought to do.
How do you feel about the union supporting your opponent?
It's just politics. It's okay, because the officers support me and the sheriff support me, so we're good.
Cox said he would support increasing penalties for repeat violent offenders, while Moore wouldn't answer that question. Another polarizing topic brought up, abortion access. Cox saying he will defend unborn life, while Moore doesn't believe lawyers and politicians should get in the way of the relationship between a woman and her doctor. And throughout the debate, the issue of election integrity was also brought up. This comes after Cox unsuccessfully challenged the state, allowing mail-in ballots to be counted before Election Day.
Ballots are being counted before Election Day. Yes or no, will you accept the results given this happening right now?
Well, I think we need to wait and see, how things play out legally. Well, we're going to follow the Constitution.
Trust Maryland's electoral system.
And the State Board of Elections is predicting that they will receive an influx of mail-in ballots again for the November election. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how both of the candidates react to those results. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you. And that brings us to our question of the day. Which candidate do you trust most to get a handle on Baltimore's crime crisis, Dan Cox or Wes Moore? So far, 78% of voters who responded to this poll say Dan Cox. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Right now, we are waiting on the release of the Consumer Price Index. This is another key indicator of where inflation stands.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with what today's numbers are expected to show. Tom.
Yeah, Megan Patrice, it's not Wall Street, but here's a live look from New York City right now, where Wall Street is also waiting to see what this report will show. Set to release in less than a half an hour. At 8:30 this morning, major banks predicting an 8.1% increase in prices year over year, which would be a small improvement from August when the rate was 8.3%. Federal Reserve now expressing some concern, though, over this morning over inflation that just won't go down, saying a sizable portion of the economy has not responded to their aggressive rate hikes. Also saying inflation won't come down unless the labor market weakens. We're expecting to get new numbers, though, on unemployment claims at 8:30 this morning as well. Fed predicting the unemployment rate could hit 4.4% early next year. It's currently 3.5%. And that's what you see right here as you're taking a look at the U.S. stock markets now. But the futures, look at this, up in the green, so some good news there. Also, we were following some other breaking news this morning, but we keep getting her shot. It keeps coming back down, and that was 3 officers who were shot in Bristol, right near, and they were shot. 2 of them ended up dying in Connecticut. We're told that 3rd officer is still suffering from serious injuries. Connecticut State Police calling that incident officer-involved shooting. We'll keep you posted on that one. Also, a detective was killed in Atlanta last night, too. Her condition and what started there, that's all coming up in the next live center. That's the latest from this live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Halloween is right around the corner, but Chipotle doesn't want to scare you. Instead, they're introducing a spooky contest where the winner gets free burritos. We're going to tell you how you can enter to win.
And we're off to a gray and gloomy start to the day. We are tracking showers and storms moving across the state ahead of the next weather maker. I'll break down the timing and impacts coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Good morning and happy Thursday. We are waking up to rain this morning. We're actually looking at a marginal risk for strong to severe storms, and that's threat level 1 of 5 for all of the areas in the dark green. That means that there is the potential for strong storms. Gusty winds will be the primary impact. I'll let you know what else we're expecting with this cold front moving across the region coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
8:10 now and looking ahead to Halloween.
Here we go. The Maryland Zoo is putting on a boozy celebration this Sunday, complete with bottomless drinks for the people, not the animals. There's a buffet there and a bat exhibit. Here are some of the festivities from last year. Partygoers must be 21 years old to attend.
All right, and then so here's another way to get into the Halloween spirit. There's a lot involved with this one, but there are different contests happening. Chipotle is announcing the return of one of its annual traditions, the burrito.
During this event, people can come into Chipotle dressed up in their Halloween costumes like these folks are doing right there. This will be the first year since 2019 that burrito returns in person. People who visit a restaurant in person and they take a Be Real photo on that app and use the hashtag burritos sweepstakes have the chance to win 10 free burritos for a year.
So that's one contest they have going on. If you want to win, then you do. You have to share your Be Real to Instagram and tag Chipotle and then put that hashtag. But you can also get a $6 meal at Chipotle from 3 p.m. local time until they close on Halloween if you're a Chipotle Rewards member and you come in dressed in a costume. So you don't have to post anything. You just have to come in looking like that.
And you get a free burrito. That works. Well, the latest from socialite scammer Anna Sorkin. Why the wannabe heiress says she deserves a second chance to stay in the United States.
And the future of the city's Inspector General Board is in the hands of Baltimore residents this November. Why the current makeup of the board could lead to conflicts of interest. 8:12 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 8:15. In today's Waste Watch, we continue looking into the many charter amendments that you're going to see on the ballot next month. Today, we're discussing Question I, which would change the makeup of the advisory board for the Baltimore City Inspector General. Joining us live to weigh in on what this means for you, we have David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joining us. Good morning, David. What would this do?
Good morning, Megan. And, Amendment I for independence for Inspector General. And what this would do is change the makeup of the advisory board. And this is really critical because right now, Baltimore City is very lucky because Baltimore City has a really good Inspector General, strong, independent. The advisory board, not so much. Not really strong and not independent at all because 6 of the 7 members have been appointed by either the mayor or the city council president. So it's purely political right now, and that has to change. This amendment would fundamentally change this and make it representative of the people in Baltimore City. 7 people, it's an 11-member board, the new makeup. 7 people, just residents of Baltimore City, would be on this advisory board. This is a really cool concept to have the people in Baltimore City be a part of this board.
Why was it originally set up the way it is right now?
So it was set up because this was the best way to do it at the time. They didn't realize that there was going to be such pushback from the board to the Inspector General. And this really started in 2021 when Isabel Cumming was investigating Marilyn Mosby and her travel. Well, Nick Mosby gets to appoint a lot of people on the advisory board, and he took exception to this Inspector General report, and really she got hammered by them in things that she shouldn't have been asked, questions she shouldn't have been asked by this board, because they're supposed to do 3 things: appoint the IG, approve the budget, and do an annual performance review. They were digging into cases. They were asking her about specific cases. Well, these are people that might be investigated by the Inspector General. That's why they can't do the oversight, and that's why it has to be changed.
Do you think that it is going to change? And if it does, how soon would we see that change happen after it would be approved?
So I think within a matter of months, we could see this change. And again, this is happening in very few cities. So this is the really cool part of this amendment, is that Baltimore City will be a good example for other cities to follow. And I think this will fundamentally change the Inspector General's office and just give it more oomph, more power, and allow Isabel Cumming and the next Inspector General to do their job and really to root out the waste, fraud, and abuse. And no more questions, right? No more questions about political meddling, no more questions about independence. And, this is, you say don't pick your favorite amendments. This is my favorite one because it really is helping the city of Baltimore.
Question I, just giving our viewers and a better idea of what they're going to see on that ballot come November 8th. Thank you so much, David.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's get over now to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax and see what's coming, what we're getting today.
I see a lot of green.
Yeah, lots of green on the map this morning on the HD radar. We've got rain that we're tracking all ahead of our next cold front. We've been talking about this for the past few days, and it's finally here. So as you step outside this morning, you will notice some rain and gray and gloomy conditions throughout the day. This is all ahead of our next weather maker, this cold front that you see on the map. It's leading to rain across the region, and for many of us along the East Coast, we will be dealing with showers and storms as that front continues to push toward the east. Now, here's a look outside. You really can't see much. It's very rainy, a little bit foggy. That visibility is now down to 2 miles, so be sure to take it safe on the roads. Winds are out of the south-southeast around 8 miles per hour. Across the rest of the state, we mainly have the 60s, a few spots in the 50s. Really not a bad way to start the day with those temperatures, but you will want the umbrellas, the rain jackets, the rain boots as you head outside this morning. We've got the rain continuing into the afternoon. At times there could be storms, some of which could be strong, even severe, and they continue into the evening. You could be driving on wet roads once again as you head home. Then into the night, the rain gradually starts to taper, and after midnight, most of us will stay dry. There could be a couple of lingering showers along the eastern shore very early Friday morning, but by daybreak, we are all starting off with dry weather. Clouds continue to clear heading into the afternoon. Expect plenty of sunshine and temperatures in the upper 60s and low 70s, making for a really nice day as we start the weekend. We're under a marginal risk threat level 1 of 5 for strong to severe storms. Gusty winds will be the primary threat. However, heavy rain and isolated tornadoes cannot be ruled out. Be sure to keep that in mind and make sure that you have multiple ways of receiving alerts in case any are issued. This afternoon, our temperatures reach 70 degrees. That's pretty average for this time of year. Then numbers begin to fall overnight. Rain chances also begin to drop after midnight. Tomorrow, we stay nice and dry behind that cold front. 69 for the high temperature and just a hair below average. Then we're back to the 70s over the weekend. Enjoy those nice temperatures because heading into the work week, it does get cooler. 65 with the chance for a few showers on Monday. Then behind the cold front, we're looking at the 50s for high temperatures through the middle of the week. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Looking now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a look at the highways and byways throughout our area in our traffic boxes here. You can see everybody is up and out and moving a little more slowly in some areas, but you also see the roads are slick, so give yourself just a little extra time if you're heading out. The FDA is expanding protection against the now dominant COVID variant. Still ahead, the things you need to know about the updated booster.
And we're at the Howard County Welcome Center in Ellicott City. We're talking about ghost tours, but maybe there's a tie-in to the rich history of funeral homes and undertakers here in Ellicott City. We'll talk about that next, coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
It's so Baltimore. Take a trip around Maryland and discover the stories of the restless spirits who still roam the streets.
The state offers endless ghost tours and haunted attractions for you to explore if you dare. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Ellicott City learning more about this. Mark.
That's right, ladies. Earlier, Tom asked about the why of so many ghosts around this area. Well, Amanda Hoff says maybe it's the rich history of undertakers and funeral homes. Right?
That's right. Well, thank you for having us this morning and coming to the Howard County Welcome Center. We do have a new exhibit on the funeral homes and undertakers of Ellicott City. where dating back to the 1800s, there were four funeral homes right here on Main Street within just a stone's throw of each other. Wow. And then just a short, less than a mile, up the road or down the road, there were more funeral homes here. So this building, as a matter of fact, is the site of 2 funeral businesses, wow. Which so there was Bewley's, W.B. Bewley's in the 1800s, and then that was then the Hilsinger family took it over and ran their business until the 1920s, right on this site. Then the federal government bought the land and built a post office on top of all of that.
So you're here late at night sometimes. When it's late at night, do you ever hear anything?
There are, I've been here for 16 years. I've worked in this building, and I have experienced it myself where there is a very strong floral scent. If you come in maybe early in the morning, you'll be taken aback by just the smell of what smells like funeral flowers.
Wow.
For no good reason, and that's why we brought flowers into the exhibit.
So here we got it. There it is right there, ladies. So you throw that on top of Ellicott City and the rich history of the flooding and the unsettled nature and the funeral homes and the wars that were fought, all that.
If the worst of it is
why?
If the worst of it is a floral smell, that I can deal with. Right?
That's true. Floral smells good.
All right. Thanks, Mark.
We're going to put some information on our website for you, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A cold front brings showers to our region this morning. Look at it out there. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax is tracking the showers and when we can expect to see the sunshine again. She's got all that in her full Weather Authority forecast.
Many are concerned about the ongoing violence in Baltimore County Public Schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how school leaders are planning to address those concerns.
A violent crisis in the classroom continues to impact students, the place where Baltimore County public students can go to make their voices heard and demand change.
Baltimore's crime often caught on camera, but suspects prove hard to find. Why some city residents are reluctant to get involved.
And I'm tracking rain across the state ahead of our next weather maker. I'll let you know how long the rain sticks around and when we get a break from it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Thursday, October 13th. I'm Megan Gillen.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and you're wearing the perfect dress for the maps that the weather department's showing.
Seeing a lot of this green on that map, Jasmine.
Yeah, lots of green on the map this morning. We've got rain moving across the state, and it is leading to low visibility across the state as well. Temperatures, on the other hand, not too bad, actually. Here's a look at the rain on the HD radar. You can see it continuing to move across the state, moving to the northeast. That's what we have going on throughout the day. So not just right now, but expect this rain heading into the afternoon, the evening, and even into the night. Here's a look over Towson, and it's just gray and gloomy and rainy. Current temperatures sit at 64 with winds out of the south-southeast around 8 miles per hour. That visibility is down to 2 miles. So be sure that you are driving safely on the roads this morning and also throughout the day as we still deal with rain. Temperatures across the state are mainly in the 60s, but we do have a few 50s. We're heading to the 70s this afternoon. I'll break down the timing of the rain and how the weekend shapes up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. And right where that rain is where we're seeing some issues out on the roadways in your Lens Solar Traffic Network. This is actually right at US 50 where there's some backups there. If you're traveling, actually, it's all the way in Lithcomb Heights is where that's slowed down. And then we also have another one right near Camp Meade Road, 3-vehicle accident there. And one more to talk about, 295. This is southbound at Ramp 4, right at the Rundle Mills Boulevard. There's a disabled there, and that disabled vehicle blocking, 295 south. That's blocking, actually north. It's blocking a lot of, and creating some traffic there.
How can our kids learn when they're in this fight or flight mode? We wonder why the grades and proficiency levels are down so low, because how can these kids learn when they're surrounded by violence?
Yeah, turning now to the crisis in the classroom in Baltimore County, violence in public schools prompting calls for change from worried parents and students.
Now, Baltimore County will be holding a virtual town hall for students and parents to discuss safety.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning, and she has more on the expectations coming out of today's hearing. Olivia?
Well, good morning. And as you mentioned, school leaders will be holding a virtual town hall this evening where they're expected to discuss their efforts to ensure student and staff safety. But just days ago, another fight video from a Baltimore County school was circulating on social media. And there have been multiple fights at other schools, including Perry Hall High, where parents held a protest because of the recent violence. And now parents are calling on school leaders to take action.
I mean, it is out of control right now. We need the leaders. We need the principals, we need elected officials to fight for these kids so they don't have to fight for themselves.
Chronic problem. It's a chronic, ongoing problem.
That's not the first time they've seen a fight like that.
No, they see it all the time. And no one goes to anyone's aid. No one, it's baffling. It's just baffling and it's scary.
Last week, Baltimore County schools sent Fox 45 News a statement saying this type of violent behavior will not be tolerated. And the virtual town hall titled Safe and Supportive Environments will take place at 6 this evening for elementary families and 7:15 for secondary families. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. This town hall coming just days after a violent encounter that was caught on camera. We shrunk it down into this little cell phone for you and blurred it out. But the camera's inside Lansdowne High School. The video showing multiple groups of students fighting. At one point, it looks like the principal even gets hit. Now, at Towson High School, 2 women came forward with Snapchat video of a fight between 3 girls there.
There have been several incidents at Perry Hall High School over the past few weeks. Parents sent us this video here that they say is their daughter getting beat up. Then there's another video that we have seen, and it shows a girl holding a bat. Her family claims that she was trying to protect herself here from bullies. Again, a little difficult to say, but they say that this happened in front of school administrators. Then last Thursday, the school had to go on lockdown after police broke up a fight behind the school. A student had to be taken to the hospital, and all after-school activities were canceled. Baltimore County is not the only place seeing violent incidents in schools. Just yesterday, a 17-year-old student at Glen Burnie High School was arrested after police say he cut a classmate with a pocket knife. Glen Burnie's principal says the fight started in a hallway between classes and then was quickly broken up.
Now, this morning, authorities are investigating who called in a bomb threat at Chadwick Elementary School in Woodlawn. Police evacuated that building and said they did not find any suspicious package. Students and staff, though, returned to class shortly after police cleared their buildings. In Baltimore City, a 13-year-old student was robbed right in front of Kipp Elementary School at dismissal.
Fox 45 News is not identifying the child because of his age, but he describes the experience as terrifying.
He grabbed my arm and I said, "Get off me." And then he grabbed my book bag, tried to tell me to take my watch off, and I said no. And the boy came right there, and he said, "If you don't take that city off, you're going to die."
Where are you thinking when you hear that?
I was going to die.
Powell, the boy's aunt, says that she arrived to pick up her nephew from school when she witnessed that incident unfold. Her tears turned to outrage after a conversation with the principal.
It mentioned to me that it's nothing they can do because it didn't happen on school grounds. I said, I witnessed it. I watched it happen directly where this child is supposed to dismiss it.
Well, Wednesday, the school sent a letter to parents saying a student was confronted by several youth who were right across the street. Went on to write that the school is working closely with school police to investigate, though.
Coming up at 9 o'clock this morning, just over 20 minutes from now, Mayor Brandon Scott will be given an update on his plans to renovate 5 Baltimore City high schools. Our Project Baltimore team will be in attendance.
Well, just coming in, breaking news right into our newsroom. The consumer price index numbers that we've been talking about all morning, they were just released. U.S. consumer inflation slowed to still high 8.2% over the past 12 months.
From our live center now this morning, just hours ago, an expanded recommendation for the Omicron specific shot here for younger children. This is an effort to bolster protection against the new dominant variant. The CDC now has to officially recommend the shots for kids ages 5 and up, but the updated booster is expected to become available as early as next week. Also new this morning, a warning from doctors about the COVID-19 antiviral drug Paxlovid. A new paper published in the American College of Cardiology claims that it can cause serious interactions when combined with some heart-related medications like blood thinners and cholesterol or blood pressure drugs. The paper says Paxlovid should be avoided if those medications cannot be, quote, safely interrupted. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Well, traveling out of BWI could soon be a lot easier. The new upgrades to make time at the airport less hectic.
And a cold front moving into our region is leading to showers this morning. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax tracking the rain and when we can expect to see the sun again in her full Weather Authority forecast. It's 8:37.
Good Thursday morning. Our next weather maker is here, and that's leading to rain, which you will notice as you step outside. Here's a look at the national map, and you can see that cold front extending all the way down into the deep south into Louisiana and Texas, leading to rain ahead of that system. I'll break down the timing of the storms here and what you can expect with the cold front coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Making your headlines this Thursday morning, major upgrades are coming to BWI.
Governor Hogan announcing the Board of Public Works has signed off on a $330 million construction package. The money will go towards improving the airport terminals and the luggage handling system. This project will be the latest terminal enhancement ever for the airport. Construction is set to wrap up in 2026.
The FDA is changing their definition of healthy foods, and they can't be serious. Why the change may cause you to look at your breakfast a little bit differently.
And it is time to start shopping for holiday gifts, for some at least, but with hundreds of retailers offering sales right now, how do you know if you're getting the best deal? We are going to speak to an expert on the tips and tricks of saving big this season.
$8:44, back to that breaking news for you this morning. Just coming into the newsroom, we talked about the Consumer Price Index numbers. They've just been released minutes ago. U.S. consumer inflation slowed to a still high 8.2% over the past 12 months. Still an increase from the last month. Also, millions of Social Security recipients, though, and I think we have a post right there. Yeah, you can see it. 8.7% boost in benefits coming in 2023. That's a historic increase that's fueled by inflation. However, 8.7%, some are saying seniors may be hitting a 10% increase, though, in cost of living. Well, happening now, your jack-o'-lantern, pardon me, might be smaller but pricier this year, especially in Las Vegas.
It is getting many people choked up. It's a lot of money. Ophelia Young from our Sinclair sister station in Vegas is reporting from Gilcrease Orchards, who raised pumpkin prices for the first time in, get this, nearly a decade.
The average pumpkin weighs about 15 pounds. like this guy right here. So he would have cost about $8 last year. This year he cost about $12. That's a 50% increase. And the director here at Gilcrease Orchard blames higher cost of labor as well as that heat wave back in September that we all remember. A little more spice in your pumpkin's price.
I did notice that there was a few smaller ones and only a couple of real big ones.
But to buyers, it's still everything nice.
$7.75. It's worth it. It's worth it.
They didn't think twice.
If you do that kind of thing when you're having fun, then it's not fun. So we just want to have fun.
A cashier said last weekend was the busiest she had ever seen the orchard. Mark Rubin has been the director of the orchard for 13 years now.
There's probably a little less pumpkins than last year.
Less pumpkins, more expensive labor. Just a couple reasons for pumpkinflation.
Our fertilizer costs are much higher. Shipping.
More than half of their pumpkins are shipped in from Utah.
And they really had a hard time this year, too.
Have you noticed a difference in these?
They're smaller as well.
Yeah.
And there's another one that's pink.
How much smaller would you say?
Oh, it's probably 20% smaller.
The price uptick is nationwide, but even higher in Las Vegas because of some of the extreme weather since the seeds were sown in July.
Came off of August where it was humid and cooler, and then in September it got really dry and really hot for I don't know how many days, seemed like 10 days at least. And they're just stressed out, the pumpkins, as a result of that. And so they had to hurry up and mature.
Back at the checkout line,
$41. Yeah, and I don't think that was so awful.
Everything's going on. It's crazy in the world right now, so it doesn't really surprise me.
A few dollars more worth the gourd memories.
It's the experience, having the ability to go out into the field and actually pick a pumpkin. I didn't have to go to school either, so I'm happy about it.
I mean, growing up, I was able to go to pumpkin patches, and I want him to be able to do the same thing. So.
And Mark is looking for solutions to keep costs low for next year, one of them being a big canopy to provide shade to the produce. He said it'd be even better if it was solar. From Gilcrease Orchard, Ophelia Young, News 3.
Okay, all right, well, pumpkin picking would be great this weekend, actually.
I think so, too. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax showing us when that rain breaks for us to get out there.
Yeah, really today is the only day when we're talking rain. The rest of the weekend actually looks pretty great if you're heading to a pumpkin patch or a corn maze. Whatever you do, it looks really nice when warmer temperatures on the way too. But as we head into the rest of the day, we've got rain to keep track of. This is the current view of the HD radar, and we're seeing that rain across the state moving to the northeast. We do have some areas in the yellows indicating that moderate to heavy rain. That will continue to pass over the state as we head into the afternoon and evening. We are watching this cold front. That's what's leading to the rain and the storms across much of the East Coast, actually. That will be our weather maker as we head into the afternoon, and it could lead to some strong to severe storms. Here's the view outside, and not much to see in the background. Not only is it rainy, but it's also foggy with visibility down to 4 miles. Current temperatures sit at 64, so it's not too cool outside, but you still will want the rain jackets due to the rain across the state. You may want the umbrellas and the rain boots as well. We're seeing those numbers right now in the 50s and in the 60s. We're heading to the 60s and 70s this afternoon, but the rain sticks around. Notice by the afternoon, we're keeping track of some areas of heavy rain, along with storms ahead of that cold front. It will continue to pass as we head into the evening. We're still tracking showers then, and even into the night, there is that chance for rain. Once we get past midnight, there's a possibility of a few lingering showers along the eastern shore, but we all dry out as we head into the morning. Around 7 a.m., it looks great. We'll have clearing skies as we head into the afternoon, so expect plenty of sunshine. Temperatures in the upper 60s and the low 70s. We are under a marginal risk for strong to severe storms at threat level 1 of 5. Now, the primary threat will be gusty winds, but there could be isolated tornadoes and even heavy rain in areas. So make sure that you are staying weather alert and have multiple ways of receiving any alerts that may be issued. 70 for the high temperature with rain and storms on the way, and at times it could be breezy. Wind gusts could exceed 25 miles per hour. Then all of that goes away. We've got nice and dry weather tomorrow as we start the weekend. 69 for the high temperature. Then we'll finish in the 70s on Saturday and Sunday We have the chance for a few showers on Monday, temperatures around 65, and then it really starts to get cool heading into the middle of the week, as high temperatures will only be in the 50s. Now it's time for a view through your window. Here's a photo from Carly coming with this beautiful sunset taken a few days ago. Absolutely stunning. However, if you're looking for the sunset today, it's going to be pretty rainy, pretty gloomy. Now we'd like to see your view through the window. Just go to our website at foxbaltimore.com/chime-in or scan the QR code on your screen. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. And 8:50 is the time. Trending now, convicted con artist Anna Sorokin is the fake heiress Netflix series Inventing Anna. It's based on what she's saying is deserves a second chance, though, to stay in the U.S.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement had been holding the German national for 17 months at a correctional facility in upstate New York. Sorokin was convicted of stealing more than $200,000 from banks and New York socialites in 2019. Her latest legal trouble involves an effort by ICE to deport her.
I feel like I'm getting a second chance to fix my mistakes, and I'm so happy ICE agreed to release me, even if it's just house arrest.
House arrest, and you have this ankle monitor here.
I do.
Is that annoying?
No, I'm getting used to it. They tighten it up a little bit, so it's not dangling as it used to.
Are you allowed to leave the apartment at all?
No.
Not at all?
No. Well, I'm supposed to check in with my criminal parole and my ICE officers, but otherwise, no.
And do you have any idea how long you're going to be in house arrest?
No, not yet. We're figuring it out now.
Per the conditions of Sorokin's release, she must also stay off social media, which could be hard for her. She will remain under house arrest until her immigration status is resolved. It's just a crazy story all the way around.
She stole millions, so she's living actually in a pretty good, nice apartment, so trapped in there is not too bad. But the Food and Drug Administration wants to change its definition of healthy, and that could impact your view of cereal.
The FDA's new meaning of healthy would disqualify cereals such as, oh my, Honey Nut Cheerios. I consider that healthy. Special K and Raisin Bran from being considered as such.
The agency says changing the definition will help many improve their dietary choices. The changed qualifications for healthy food would focus on food groups and the type of fat the items contain, rather than the added sugars and the sodium levels.
Where do you think that Nutter Butter cereal that just came out would fall? That's still healthy, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well, bots have been a consistent problem on Twitter, and now they have infiltrated the world of online retail. What Nike is doing to combat the number of bots on their site.
Coffee addicts and world travelers unite, the new program that lets you earn air miles just by purchasing your morning cup of Joe.
Can you imagine how many miles we have earned working this morning show?
Seriously, I mean, contemplate where we're vacationing, and then we'll be drinking more, 24 ounces at a time, right? It's time for another coffee break.
Racking up the miles. It is 8:56 and topping your morning business report. United Airlines is looking to expand its transatlantic flights next summer. The 2023 schedule will include 3 new destinations: Dubai, Malaga, Spain, and Stockholm, also Stockholm and Sweden. The airline said its transatlantic schedule is 10% larger compared to 2022 and 30% more than in 2019. Starbucks customers can now earn Delta Sky Miles. The coffee chain is partnering with Delta Airlines and awarding 1 mile for every $1 spent at Starbucks. As an additional perk, on days that members are scheduled to fly Delta, they will earn double stars or rewards points on their Starbucks orders. Nike may start clamping down on the purchases of some of its shoes. A Wall Street Journal report says the company may start canceling some orders placed using bots or automated ordering software or technology. Nike may charge restocking fees, stop issuing refunds, or suspend accounts if it believes that those purchases are made by bots. Some bots can secure large quantities of shoes, often leaving retail-priced product unavailable for other customers. The world of robots is changing the feelings of workers, from appreciations of assistance to anxiety. Researchers at the National University of Singapore say working alongside robots may be contributing to the job burnout. The scientists also say it's not likely that robots will ever take over that many jobs yet. They add that self-affirmation techniques can actually help alleviate workers' fears by being replaced. 8:58. Shark Tank made it famous. Now Genevieve Gorder is here with one of the hottest phone accessories on the market at a great price. See how it works in today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Nokia.
Hey everyone, I've got a fantastic solution to an issue I know you can all relate to. I have a hands-free way to use your phone for whatever you want to do. We all know the sound of your phone crashing to the floor in the middle of a call, trying to prop it up on books and get that perfect shot, or you lean it against a glass to see the screen while you're cooking or working out or whatever. It's annoying because it never really works that great. Here's your solution. This is called Tentacle, and it's a super functional little gadget that I've been using a lot lately. It's a mount that can hang, wrap, stand, suction, rotate, and bend basically anywhere. And it can hold up to 42 pounds. I've used it in the car. You can put it on the bathroom mirror, hanging it off of a railing. It works. It's really flexible. I've also used it for shooting videos, and you can control it with this little Bluetooth remote, which is always handy. So Tentacle blew up on Shark Tank and hit record sales numbers, and it's easy to see why. People with hearing disabilities are even using it to keep their phone hands-free while they're signing. Now, there's universal threading that lets you mount speakers, lights, or microphones all on this tiny little base. Right now, we're offering an exclusive 33% off. You guys take advantage of this deal at asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are following 3 big stories for you this morning. The road to the election is heating up as gubernatorial candidates go back and forth on issues facing Marylanders. We have a look into their stances.
Criminals becoming more brazen as violent acts take place in broad daylight. The quiet culture that is being seen among residents.
Plus, a violent crisis in the classroom continues to impact students, the place where Baltimore County public students can go to make their voices heard and demand a change. Good morning on this Thursday, October 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. Not a pretty start.
No, not at all. We've got the rain. We've got the low visibility. However, we do have nice temperatures. We're in the 60s this morning. Across the state, we're seeing that rain move toward the northeast. You can see that yellow indicating those areas of moderate, even heavy rain. That will continue as we head into the afternoon, evening, and the night. We've got a rainy day ahead of us, all ahead of our next weather maker, and that's the cold front that you see on the map. It's leading to rain across the region, and there could be a couple of strong storms heading into the afternoon. Here's a look outside. Not pretty at all. We've got low visibility, that number down to 3 miles. Make sure that you are driving safely this morning. You will notice the rain and the low visibility on your commute. 63 for the current temperature. We're seeing those numbers in the 60s, a few spots in the 50s around the state. It'll get warmer today, but we'll have the rain to deal with. The rest of the weekend, however, looks pretty nice. I'll let you know what you can expect as we move forward coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We are seeing slowdowns around the area. We've got wet roads out there, cars crawling in many places around the Beltway and on 95 as well. Give yourself some extra time.
9:02 now on Capitol Hill. It is a huge day for the House Select Committee investigating January 6th, holding what is expected to be its final hearing.
National correspondent Atra El-Nashar joining us live from the Hill. What kind of new information do you expect to learn?
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. So we expect to see new footage and documents from the Secret Service, which recently handed over 1.5 million communications to the committee in the last couple of weeks. And according to committee member Zoe Lofgren, this hearing will center on what she says are close ties between extremist groups and those in former President Trump's orbit, and what the former president's intentions were on January 6th, including, quote, what he knew, what he did, what others did, end quote. So this will be the first time also that we hear from the committee since they interviewed the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, Ginny Thomas, who reportedly tried pushing members of the Trump administration to challenge Joe Biden's 2020 win. Now, the committee's closing argument here is that Trump is a clear and present danger to the country. And keep in mind, the former president suggested that if he was ever president again, he made part in the January 6th rioters. Now, there's no questions the stakes are especially high for this hearing. We're less than 4 weeks out from Election Day, and Democrats are running on a message that democracy itself is on the ballot. Now, the committee hasn't confirmed that this is definitely the final hearing, but they have to issue their final report before the end of this Congress, so there really isn't much time left for more hearings.
Atra, when we talk about the economy, new inflation numbers just came out. What does that tell us about what is going on in the direction of prices for all the things out there everyone's trying to get?
Yeah, so what we just got from this consumer price index is that prices are hardly falling, and those that are falling at a glacial pace, not nearly at the pace the Federal Reserve wants it to see, which means that risks of recession just intensified because it signals they need to get more restrictive with their monetary policy. So overall, the number people are going to be hearing for the next month is 8.2%. That is the new consumer price index, meaning overall, that's how much more you're paying for things than you did this time last year. And what's troubling, yes, even though we saw a slight decline, last month's was 8.3. The only reason it fell is because of energy prices. Gas ticked down a bit in September, and the reason that's troubling is because since the data on which this report is based, that the gas prices have gone up. So we're likely not going to see the same kind of improvement, if you could even call it that, in October's consumer price index. Now, we did also learn for folks who are on Social Security benefits, the new cost of living adjustment is 8.7%. So that'll kick in 2023. That is a massive historic increase. Last year, the increase was 5.9%, and people were freaking out over that because that was considered so big. This is 8.7. So people who are on those fixed incomes through Social Security will see an increase starting next year. But the Fed is, we saw their meeting minutes from last month after they rolled out another big interest rate hike, and something that really stuck out is that members agreed that they don't expect inflation to moderate for months to come. So no relief in sight, and you can see it showing up in Wall Street's major indices right now are plummeting. It's going to be a tough road ahead.
All right, Atra El-Nashar live in Washington. Thank you.
Thanks.
Today's number of the day polls Americans on the price of their homes. 57% of homeowners say their home has increased in value over the last year. The latest Scott Rasmussen National Survey shows a shift from 4 months ago when 68% said the value of their homes had increased. The survey finds 3/5 of homeowners think that it would cost more than their home is worth to buy a different comparable home in their area.
It's important that we get the guns off the streets that are there illegally and being used illegally for crimes. Mr. Moore and his team, they actually supported decriminalizing much of this and refused, their approach was to refuse the felony approach that if you've used a gun in crime, that you should go to jail. Instead, they want them to run the streets. That's why we have 60% of the murders in Baltimore City right now being unsolved and unprosecuted. That's going to change on my watch. We're going to bring back law and order.
People need to feel safe in their own communities, in their own homes, and in their own skin. And I think about what my opponent said that I said, which, by the way, I never said, once again. There's also an important role that the state plays in making sure that we have a strong parole and probation system. When you consider a third of all violent offenders are in violation of parole and probation, that is a state function, and right now it is understaffed and undermanned. We have to fix that. That we can actually put state resources to be able to make sure we're providing supports for violence intervention programs and violence interruption programs, which are continuing to show impacts because the people who are closest to the challenge are oftentimes the ones closest to the solutions.
In your Vote 2022 coverage this morning, our state is on its way to getting a new governor.
In less than 4 weeks, voters will decide between Democrat Wes Moore and Republican Dan Cox.
The two took part in their first and likely only debate last night.
Olivia Dance is in Federal Hill with the big topics on voters' minds. Olivia.
The debate was hotly contested, but one thing both of the candidates seem to agree on is improving public safety across the state, including right here in Baltimore. Now, after the debate, Fox 45 News questioned each of the candidates on how they will create safer communities. Take a listen.
How would you use your position as governor to impact and improve public safety in places like Baltimore City, Prince George's County, other places where we're seeing crime on the rise?
Yeah, we'd make sure that we're working in partnership with our local jurisdictions.
What does that look like?
Well, so what it looks like, so for example, you take Baltimore. You know, I'm excited to work in partnership with our states, with the new state's attorney that's coming on board, to be able to making sure that we're getting and keeping violent offenders off of our streets, making sure that we can get and keep these illegal guns off of our streets.
Well, number one, we wouldn't defund the police, which is what my opponent has sought to do.
How do you feel about the union supporting your opponent?
It's just politics. It's okay, because the officers support me and the sheriff support me, so we're good.
Cox said he would support increasing penalties for repeat violent offenders, while Moore wouldn't answer that question. Another polarizing topic brought up, abortion access. Cox saying he will defend unborn life, while Moore doesn't believe lawyers and politicians should get in the way of the relationship between a woman and her doctor. And throughout the debate, the issue of election integrity was also brought up. This comes after Cox unsuccessfully challenged the state, allowing mail-in ballots to be counted before Election Day.
Ballots are being counted before election. Yes or no, will you accept the results given this happening right now?
Well, I think we need to wait and see, how things play out legally. Well, we're going to follow the Constitution.
Trust Maryland's electoral system.
And the State Board of Election predicts that they will see an influx of mail-in ballots again for the November election. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how both of the candidates react to the results. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. And that brings us to our question of the day. Which candidate do you trust most to get a handle on Baltimore's crime crisis? Dan Cox or Wes Moore? So far, 77% of those who have responded say Dan Cox. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Happening right now, Mayor Brandon Scott is giving an update on his plans to renovate five Baltimore City high schools. Our Project Baltimore team is in attendance. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Neighborhoods that had been historically underserved and under-resourced. They were losing population, and where we had to close school buildings that were antiquated and, in a word, inadequate to serve the needs of our young people and their families. As a result, thousands of our students now benefit from 21st century facilities where they can develop the skills and knowledge they need to thrive and lead. In our next phase, we will be renovating 5 citywide high schools in 4 buildings, serving nearly 7,000 students across the city. Baltimore City College, Western High School, Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, and Frederick Douglass High School, who will be sharing their renovated building with Joseph C. Briscoe Academy. These are some of
All right, you're listening to City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises there with the mayor and other city leaders talking about plans to renovate 5 Baltimore City high schools. If you want to continue listening, we are streaming this on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The FDA expanding protection against the new dominant variant Just ahead, what you need to know about the updated COVID-19 booster.
And we're off to a rainy start to the day, and that rain's going to continue throughout the day. I'll break down the timing and what we could see here coming up in my full forecast.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Giant.
Now transform your favorite recipes with the addition of seasonal fall flavors. Registered dietitian and member of the Healthy Living team at Giant, Melanie Burdick, is sharing how, and I am loving everything I see here. So let's get into it.
Perfect. It's a perfect day to talk about home cooking, comfort food, and as the seasons change, all those flavors change as well. So with fall, there's a lot of flavors that come around, aside from pumpkin, that we can enjoy. But today I'll show you how to throw in some seasonal favorites into your typical go-to recipes.
All right, let's start with the soup. I was telling you my husband is a soup guy. He loves it.
This is a perfect day for soup. So whether you're making soup from scratch or maybe you're just opening up a can, what you can do, you can think about what you can add. So flavors for this season, kale, Swiss chard. I added some Swiss chard and it was ready to go. We can do dried beans or canned beans, whatever works. Barley, today's a perfect day to have a nice warm bowl of soup with barley. So that's a great way to add fiber, protein, and then those fall flavors.
That's perfect. This salad just looks amazing.
Yes, and you know, we all had our summertime salads. Now we're going to transition into fall. So really we can think about adding in apples, pears, even squash, our root vegetables. So you have a warm salad. You can even add in grains like the barley. That's a great addition as well. Yeah.
All right, so there you go. I mean, I love the way, it is. Salad's a traditional food, but now we're fall. You've got new fall things. This
Just
is
switch
awesome.
up the toppings, no problem.
This looks really, really good.
Yes, and I'm a big fan of roasted vegetables. I know these are popular all year round, but this is a great time to do your squash, your pumpkin, all of your different root vegetables, and then elevate them with the different spices of the season. So thyme, rosemary, basil, even ginger, or even cardamom or cinnamon for a little sweetness too when it comes to any of your root vegetables.
Ginger is one of my favorites, so I love that. And I was asking about recipes in the commercial, and you said I can find them in here.
Yes, so all things fall, you can visit our Savory magazine. We have it in store. You can visit online at giantfood.com for all the inspiration.
And you all do, so what's happening tonight? There's a cooking class?
Yes, we have a cooking class online tonight. It's our Apples 3-Way Cook-Along. So we're going to be making 2 recipes on sweet, savory, and sustainable ways to use your apples. So everyone is invited to join us. Just visit giantfood.com/healthyliving to register.
I don't know if it's on the menu, but baked apples I love. They're
my favorite.
They're wonderful. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. These are perfect foods for the kind of day we're having, Jasmine.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It definitely is a soup day. We've got just that gray and gloomy weather that makes you want to stay inside. Right now, we're tracking rain on the HD radar moving across the state. Actually, as we look a little bit farther west, we're not seeing much rain, but still gloomy conditions around. We've got rain moving to the northeast, and this is what you can expect as we head into the afternoon as this cold front makes its way into our region and moves across the state later today. We're also looking at the chance for storms, some of which could be strong. You'll notice that as we head into the afternoon. Now, we are looking at very gloomy conditions this morning. Not much to see as we take a look outside over Baltimore this morning. 63 for the current temperature, that visibility only around 3 miles. So be sure that you're driving safely. Temperatures across the state are in the 60s, a couple spots in the 50s. As we head into the afternoon, we are heading to the 70s. Now notice, these numbers are actually a few degrees higher than they were just 24 hours ago. So starting off on a warm note, but we keep the low temperatures into the afternoon. Notice we've got rain and storms ahead of that cold front. A few showers this evening, meaning another wet commute possibly. And then the rain gradually tapers after midnight. There's the chance for a few showers along the eastern shore. And then we dry out heading into the morning after daybreak. Expect plenty of sunshine to start the day with more clouds clearing heading into the afternoon. Really, tomorrow looks like a great day to get outside. Temperatures will be in the upper 60s and low 70s, but it's today when you do need to stay weather alert as we are under a marginal risk for strong to severe storms. That's threat level 1 of 5. Gusty winds are the primary threat. However, we cannot rule out isolated tornadoes or heavy rain, so be sure to have multiple ways of receiving alerts. 70 for the high temperature with rain and storms. It will be breezy at times. Then tomorrow, we get rid of the rain and the storms and we welcome back the sunshine. Temperature is around 69. Then we're in the 70s on Saturday and again on Sunday. The weekend stays mostly dry, but Sunday night into Monday, we have our next chance for showers ahead of a cold front. We'll have a second cold front on Monday. Temperatures around 65. Then those numbers do fall to the 50s as we head into the middle of the upcoming week. Back to you.
It is so Baltimore. Learn more about the spooky history of Maryland and its restless spirits.
Reborn Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Ellicott City, and he is uncovering some of those chilling stories for us, so the scaredy cats don't have to do it. Hey, Mark.
That's right. We're at the Howard House. We've been talking about the ghost tours. Ed says there's a reason why. This is the Howard House, but it could be called the Haunted House.
Thanks, Mark. Yes. Many years ago, there was a little boy named Bobby. When he got home, he was late. His mother looked at him and said, "How come you're not home on the time you were supposed to be?" And he said, "Sorry, Mom, but I was stopping to talk to Dr. Clark. He asked us some questions." His mother shook him and said, "Don't you lie to me. Dr. Clark died this morning." The color drained from Bobby's face, and he started to shake a little, and he said, "Mom, honest, ask the other guys. Dr. Clark asked us questions."
Wow. See, you can get these stories and more with Ed, right?
That's right. Yes, we do MarylandHistoryTours.com, MDHistoryTours.com for information on the Ellicott City Ghost Tours.
That's amazing. And if you guys notice, not to scare you, Megan, and not to scare you, Patrice,
You did.
but the doctor who was on the porch, his name was Clark.
Mark
Believe
Clark.
it or not.
Oh, goodness. How did Dr. Clark die?
How did he die, Ed?
Old age.
Old age. Okay, well, that wasn't as dramatic, but yeah.
No, that makes me feel like that's not as scary. My goosebumps have calmed down. I needed that, I think.
Okay.
All righty. Poor Dr. Clark.
If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Oh, inflation is not stopping even with the holiday season upon us. Just how you could avoid additional price increases when you're shopping for your loved ones.
And this holiday season may gobble up more of your money than previous years, why experts are warning of a turkey shortage. 9:21 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. It is 9:23 and in your consumer news. With inflation on the minds and the holiday season just around the corner, experts are predicting that Americans will start holiday shopping earlier than usual to avoid some additional price increases. In response, retailers like Amazon, Target, Walmart, and Best Buy, they're already kicking off their holiday deal events. Joining us live this morning to help us navigate and really secure the best savings, we have Mary Beth Quirk with Consumer Reports joining us this morning. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So it can get exciting when we see those deals. Obviously, Amazon's wrapped up yesterday. We were talking about in the commercial break, Walmart has one more day. Is it best to buy now, or will we see better deals come November, the Black Friday, Cyber Monday deals?
I think if you're in the mood and you missed some of those bigger sales earlier this week, right now would be a good time to look at prices. Some of them are still good deals. Like you said, Walmart's sale is still going on. Some lingering Amazon Prime sales. So today, Friday, you could still snag some good deals, but otherwise I would say wait until, as long as you can, until it starts to get into that pre-Black Friday or even just plain old Black Friday season.
Interesting. And are there items that are best to buy now? Or are there some that have the bigger deals later on?
I think that some items right now, like the ones that you know are going to be in demand, maybe some of the newer versions of products, those are things you probably want to start getting right now because they're going to be in demand. Whether or not they're on sale right now, that's debatable. If you find something at even any discount that's like a hot video game console or something, you'd want to get that. And then although the shipping delays aren't as worrisome as they were, during the height of the pandemic, that still could be a concern. So any bigger products, if you need a new stove for that Thanksgiving meal, you might not want to wait on that. Those can still be, subject to some delays.
I tend to put things in my Amazon cart, and now I've started Googling that product to see if there's any cheaper prices elsewhere. What is your advice for navigating the marketplace and finding the best deal?
Well, I also put things in my cart and I refresh on big sale days just to watch the price as it drops. But also at cr.org/deals, that's where we cover deals that are going on all the time. So we'll tell you if, hey, this is still a discount, but it was $10 cheaper during Prime Day, you might want to wait. We give you all that context. So that's one of my best tips. But honestly, keeping a list of what you really want or what you really want to give people and just checking that often to see where the price is. And as soon as it gets, to a price where you're like, all right, this might not get any better, it's good to buy then.
We know it's been a tough economy. Inflation skyrocketing right now. Do you think that's going to impact it when it comes to the sales that we might see later on?
We are still seeing some good quality sales. I think it might impact more shoppers' behavior. They're more worried that prices will continue to go up. And so they're thinking right now, I don't want inflation to affect these prices. So I'm going to buy it right now. So I think that's where most of the issues are coming. But the retailers, they really want you to spend with them during the holiday season. So there's still, discounts will still be there. They're never going away.
Good to know. All right, Mary Beth, that was helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
A new book showing the connection between the activism of today and the past through words and pictures. Just ahead, we're going to be speaking with a Baltimore native, Devin Allen, on what he hopes people take away from it. And one might need a lot of arm strength to hold this skillet. Just ahead, how much the world's largest iron skillet weighs, in case you were wondering. 9:27 now on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We need to check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. There's a lot going on in the Weather Center.
You said warm rain earlier. Is it still warm? Because I feel a little chilly in here now.
It's always cold in here, though. So,
True.
Yeah, it is a little bit cool in here. But temperatures this morning are starting off in the 60s, the 50s, and that is warm when you compare it to the 40s and the 30s that we had earlier in the week. But we're also starting with rain this morning. You can see that moving to the northeast. Areas a little bit farther west, not seeing much in terms of rain, but we have more on the way as we head into the afternoon, all ahead of our next cold front that's moving across the region right now. 63 is the current temperature with that visibility down to 2 miles. So it is a little bit foggy. You will notice that reduced visibility as you drive this morning. Make sure that you are driving safely. Numbers across the state in the 50s and the 60s, but we're heading to the 70s this afternoon. And then as we head into the weekend, it actually gets a little bit warmer behind the cold front. I'll let you know what you can expect coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Looking now at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, another live look at our traffic cameras as we are seeing wet roads. And because of that, look at the lower left there, 695 at 70, 695 south there. You see it's a slow go through that area, but just give yourself some time as you head out because as you can tell on those camera lenses, the rain is coming down.
It is 9:31 and happening right now. Take a look at this. Mayor Brandon Scott and Baltimore City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises are giving an update on plans to renovate 5 Baltimore City high schools. Our Project Baltimore team is there in attendance. You can watch this full news conference on our website. Looks like it might be wrapping up here, foxbaltimore.com. Major announcements this morning on the U.S. economy, from unemployment and inflation to millions getting more Social Security.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with the numbers and if any of this is going to help your bank account. Tom.
Yeah, it starts off good news, Megan and Patrice, but I'm going to kind of break that here in a little bit. Social Security benefits, 8.7% raise. That is a significant raise, huge percentage, meaning in 2023, the average person who receives them will be getting $140 more monthly to their Social Security recipients. However, though, this is where it starts turning bad. The Consumer Price Index came out just minutes before the Social Security breaking news, showing the historical adjustment basically negated as consumer price rose. You see it right here, highlighted 8.2%, 0.4%. And they break it down for you. This is the numbers right here. In fact, we're talking about 33 to even 58% increases in energy overall, and then your food and transportation 14.6%. The third economic announcement where you're going, okay, what's going to happen here? Initial jobless claims for the week ending October 8th rose by 9,000. That's 228,000 now for the Labor Department reported Thursday morning just minutes ago. 4-week moving average ticked up by 5,000 to now 211,000, almost 212,000. So there's the news here. So what does this mean? Well, we need to watch the stock markets because the opening bell just happened, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Investors are saying this is not any good news here coming from it because you can see it's already down this morning. Opening bell just 3 minutes ago. Another story that we've been following too are breaking news stories that we're getting here. First one out of Las Vegas just minutes ago. We're finding out a Metro officer was sent to the hospital, not looking good in their condition here, the officer-involved shooting. We've also been following this. Connecticut State Police, 2 of their officers fatally shot. One is with serious injuries still this morning. This is near Bristol and right near the ESPN headquarters where those 3 officers were shot late last night. And as we said, 2 of them have died. We're still following up within 48 hours. Another officer, this one coming out of Mississippi, an investigator, and her name is Aisha Stewart. She was shot and killed Tuesday night. They just found out and made that announcement just yesterday. Still 3 incidents here involving police officers just within the last 48 hours, and we'll continue following these stories for you. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
How can our kids learn when they're in this fight or flight mode? We wonder why the grades and proficiency levels are down so low, because how can these kids learn when they're surrounded by violence?
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. In Baltimore County, violence in schools is prompting calls for change from worried parents and students.
Now, Baltimore County will be holding a virtual town hall for students and parents to discuss safety.
Olivia Dance is joining us this morning, and she has more on the expectations that are coming out of today's town hall. Olivia?
Baltimore County school leaders are holding a virtual town hall this evening where they are expected to discuss their efforts to ensure students and staff safety. But just days ago, another fight video from a Baltimore County school was circulating on social media. There have also been multiple fights at other schools, including Perry Hall High, where parents held a protest because of recent violence. Now parents are calling on school leaders to take action.
I mean, it is out of control right now. We need the leaders We need the principals, we need elected officials to fight for these kids so they have to fight for themselves.
Chronic problem. It's a chronic, ongoing problem.
That's not the first time they've seen a fight like that.
No, they see it all the time. And no one goes to anyone's aid. No one, it's baffling. It's just baffling and it's scary.
Last week, Baltimore County Schools sent Fox 45 News a statement saying this type of violent behavior will not be tolerated. And the virtual town hall titled Safe and Supportive Environments will take place at 6 this evening for elementary families and 7:15 for secondary families. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Olivia. This town hall coming just days after a violent encounter that was caught on camera here inside of Lansdowne High School. The video there showing multiple groups of students fighting, and at one point it actually looks like the principal even gets hit there. At Towson High School, 2 women came forward with Snapchat videos of a fight between 3 girls.
Plus, there have been several incidents at Perry Hall High School over the past few weeks. Parents sent us this video of what they say is their daughter getting beat up. Then we have another video that seems to show a girl holding a bat, and her family says that she was holding it because she was trying to protect herself from bullies. They say this happened right in front of school administrators. And then last Thursday, the school had to go on lockdown after police broke up a fight behind the school. A student had to be taken to the hospital, and all after school activities had to be canceled. The fate of detained Americans could lie in the hands of President Biden and Putin. Just ahead, the standstill happening now in the prisoner swap that could release WNBA player Brittany Griner.
And it's a rainy and gray morning. I'll let you know how long the rain lasts and what to expect over the weekend coming up in my Weather Authority forecast.
All right, real quick, we want to show you something right here. We've heard Jasmine talking about the weather, and we've been watching a couple different things. Look at what you're seeing here. 97 right at Maryland 648. When you see the police officer, there's two vehicles. One spun around the wrong direction there. But then if you look over at the median here, that's a jackknife trailer. It looks like a car carrier of some sort or some type of transport semi that is spun over in the median there. And this is because Jasmine was saying the rain that we're dealing with right now, there's a lot of rain that we have. That will be sticking around. Then the wind will come up a little bit later for us, too. Another one having 3 vehicles involved, also 97 southbound here. That's the one we're showing. But look at this. We're just showing the slowdowns throughout the region here, and it's mainly because of this. Just nasty weather here. So hopefully the rain will start calming down a little bit, and then the wind picks up, and then we are in for a great weekend. But that's the latest as we keep looking at various incidents that are happening from the Live Center here in our traffic, especially that one 97 now involving 3 vehicles with that truck that was over to the side. So that looks like that's going to take some time. If you're heading 97 south, you just want to avoid that right now.
Thank you for the update. Making headlines this morning, President Joe Biden tells reporters that he hasn't seen any movement from Vladimir Putin when it comes to releasing detained Americans. Russian authorities detained WNBA star Brittany Griner in February. She is now in jail after being convicted on drug charges. CNN's Jake Tapper asked President Biden if he is willing to sit down with Putin to broker a deal.
Would you be willing to meet with him at the G20?
Look, I have no intention of meeting with him, but for example, if he came to me at the G20 and said, I want to talk about the release of Griner, I'd meet with him. I mean, it would depend.
The White House says the Kremlin hasn't taken any prisoner swap proposal seriously. A potential swap would also bring home detained American Paul Whelan. His brother, David, says Whelan was able to call his parents yesterday for the second time in nearly a month. David says Paul was moved to a prison hospital last month for an unknown reason.
You may have to dish out some extra cash to enjoy your Thanksgiving feast this year. Why experts are warning of a turkey shortage.
Plus, Chipotle is calling you to get your spooky spirit on. How you can take part in the annual burrito. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It is 9:45, trending now in a new book. Award-winning photographer sitting next to me here, Devin Allen, honoring the connection between the activism of today and the past through words and pictures. He's sitting next to me here this morning to share more about his new book that is out, No Justice, No Peace. Baltimore native. We're so proud of you. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
You were telling me the book came out on Tuesday. So
Yes.
My first question is, how are you feeling? Are you relieved? Are you nervous? What's going through you?
I was relieved once I was done with the editing, but I'm just excited for everybody to see it.
It's powerful.
Yes.
How would you describe this to those taking a look at some of the images right now?
Yes, this book, is kind of like, my first book was like a love letter to Baltimore, but this is more so
And
about
that one was called?
A Beautiful Ghetto.
Yes, and that was Baltimore-based.
Baltimore-based, everything that we went through during the uprising in 2015, but this is more looking at, just how complex it is. And I work with a lot of different writers from Clint Smith to Jacqueline Woodson, local writers like D. Watkins, Condwani Fidel, really looking at activism and how we all want the same thing, but it's a complex.
This is a view from a nationwide outlook here. What do you hope people get from this book?
I hope the book is inspiring. I hope it make you cry, but it also is a call to action. It's inspired by Gordon Parks and Jamel Shabazz, but I want to, really tell people that no feat is too small. Photography is my gift, and I give it to the world. So I hope it's a call to action to really, show people you can get up, you can make some change.
What was it like for you putting this together? I mean, looking at some of those images, they're raw.
It was long. It was tiring. We cried putting this book together. We found joy,
And that's a good point right there. There is joy in that pain coming together and understanding the growth that has happened since some of these were taken.
I just want people, when they look at it, I just want people to just, see that it's trying times. The conflict is still there, but, we're going to find a way, and that's what I want people to walk away with it, to want to, do their part.
No Justice, No Peace.
Yes.
On store shelves right now.
Yep.
You've got a third book ready to go?
Unfortunately, they pushing for a third one.
They're asking for it.
I'm still taking this one in.
Well, again, congratulations.
No, thank you so
Huge
much.
honor, well-deserved. And I think many people, you're going to be hearing from them here soon.
Yeah, hopefully.
Let's check in now with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. It's the perfect day to sit back, maybe pick up a book.
It's a great day to stay inside, grab a book, grab some soup. We've got the rain. It's just very gloomy, and you will notice that as you look outside. Rain's continuing to move to the northeast. Some of us actually starting to dry out right now, but that's just temporary. We have more rain on the way as the cold front gets closer to our state. And this is what we're watching. This cold front, it actually extends down into the south toward the Gulf of Mexico. But ahead of that, we have the chance for storms, and some of those could be strong, even severe, as we head into the afternoon. Be sure that you're staying weather alert. Here's a look outside over Baltimore, and really not much to see. It's very gloomy, very gray, and that visibility is down to 2 miles. Be sure that you are driving safely. The current temperature is 63 with winds out of the south around 7 miles per hour. Numbers are mainly in the 60s around the state. A little bit cooler toward western Maryland and a little warmer as we look toward the south and toward the eastern shore. Now, as we head into the afternoon, those temperatures will reach the upper 60s, low 70s, but it still will be rainy. We've got storms on the way. There could be areas of gusty winds along with a few downpours. This is all in the afternoon, but even into the evening, we're still looking at rain and possibly a wet commute for you home. That cold front passes over the state, and into the night, the rain gradually tapers. After midnight, we do stay mostly dry. Now, we are under a marginal risk for strong to severe storms. That's threat level 1 of 5. Gusty winds will be the primary threat. However, heavy rain and an isolated tornado cannot be ruled out. Make sure that you have multiple ways of receiving alerts in case any are issued. 70 for the high temperature today. That's pretty average for this time of year, but keep in mind that it will be breezy at times with those gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Then tomorrow, we're back to the nice and dry weather. 69 with plenty of sunshine. We'll be in the 70s over the rest of the weekend. It looks great. Then we've got the chance for a few showers on Monday. Temperatures around 65, and it really gets cool after that. High temperatures heading into the middle of the week will only be in the 50s. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. It is 9:49, and you might think it's too early to talk about Thanksgiving, but Farmers are already warning shoppers that turkeys may be hard to come by this year.
According to the USDA, roughly 5.6 million turkeys died after being exposed to bird flu earlier this year. It nearly crippled farmers in the Midwest, which is the highest turkey producing region in the country. And it's not just the bird flu that's contributing to the shortage. Because of inflation, it's costing more to raise turkeys, and then consumers will be on the hook for that.
Because of the lack of supply, we're going to see a massive increase in price. So you're going to see this consumer being affected by their turkey costs, their Thanksgiving meal costs, top to bottom.
Here's how much. According to the American Farm Bureau Federation, this Thanksgiving staple will cost Americans 112% more than last year's turkey, putting the price at a record high. We are talking $6.70 a pound. You get a 20-pound turkey. I mean, it's a lot. Experts recommend early shopping before supply runs low. And on the bigger turkeys, my mom always says they go fast. She gets it the week before. And
then when you see it all cooked up and yummy like that with the sides, you're like, oh my gosh, I gotta have it.
What about a nice Thanksgiving chicken?
Hey, whatever you can get on the table, surrounded by family, you're good.
That's true. Well, take a look at this. There is a new addition at the Lodge Cast Iron Museum in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. I heard you mention that. Didn't know this existed? Yep, me neither. Well,
also didn't know there was a South Pittsburgh in Tennessee.
I didn't know that either. I did not know that either. The museum is featuring the world's largest iron skillet, so if you happen to be there, look how they had to get it there.
This skillet is 18 feet across, and it weighs more than 14,000 pounds. It came to the museum in January from Alabama. It is on display now, and I guess if you have an iron skillet museum, it's only right that you have that to go with it.
Why? Why did they make it, do you think?
I don't know, because I didn't know there was that much to know about iron skillets. Maybe they're made there, and that's what they're known for in the area. I
do like iron skillets. Yeah. They're great, but to have a giant one like that.
Well, one of the things that came out of the museum is that you can wash it with soap.
Oh, I've always heard you're not supposed to do that.
And see? So you go to the museum, you find out some more fun facts.
Look at that. All right. Well, turning to a holiday that is a little closer to Halloween now.
Yes, we're talking about the Maryland Zoo, and they're putting on a boozy celebration this Sunday, complete with bottomless drinks, a buffet, and a bat exhibit. Now, here's a look at some of the festivities from last year, so you can tell it's going to be a good time. But if you're going this year, party goers must be at least 21 years old. Do you hear that music?
Yeah, I'm getting a little scared because we've got more Halloween spirit-themed stories to tell you about. Chipotle announcing the return of one of its annual traditions, the burrito.
So this isn't scary. This is just hilarious to me. During the event, this is why. People come into Chipotle dressed up in their Halloween costumes, and this is going to be the first year that they've been able to do burritos since 2019. People who visit a restaurant, and then you have to take a Be Real photo on the Be Real app. I didn't even know that was a thing. And then you use the hashtag burritos sweepstakes. You will be entered and have the chance to win 10 free burritos throughout the year.
Now, if you win, you got to share your Be Real to Instagram, tag Chipotle, add the hashtag burritos, burritos sweepstakes. Knew I was going to get it. You can also get a $6 meal at Chipotle from 3 p.m. local time until close on Halloween if you are a Chipotle Rewards member and you are dressed in costume.
That's the easier way.
That's the easier way. I don't know how the ghost is going to eat, though.
Well, still ahead after the break, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax has another look at the 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.
Here's a look over Towson and Baltimore.
Beautiful.
I do like it. I think it's beautiful, but maybe not so great for driving this morning. We've got rain, low visibility. By the afternoon, temperatures in the low 70s with more rain and storms. Dry over most of the weekend. Then we cool down next week. 60s and 50s for those high temperatures.
Oh, no.
But 70s this weekend.
Yeah, the weekend's going to be great.
Saturday.
We'll hold on to that. We'll see.
See you tomorrow.